Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Scenic Regional Council Ordinary Meeting for Wednesday, the 26th of August 2026. I now declare the meeting open and would like to acknowledge the traditional lands on which we meet and pay respect to elders past, present and future. I now believe we have a full attendance today with the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Duncan McGuinness, joining us online. So there are no apologies, and we'll now welcome online to the chamber Pastor Peter James Donovan from the Silverdale Church of Christ for prayers. Good morning, Pastor James.
Good morning, and thank you so much for having me come and lead you in prayer. It's a real honour. I apologise I couldn't be there in person, but anyway, I'm very honoured to lead you through the phone call here. And just before I pray, I would just like to encourage you all with a scripture, something that I think is one of the most profound things that our Lord Jesus did, and that was washing his disciples' feet. And this is his response after he washed their feet. He said, when he had washed their feet and put on his outer garments and resumed his place, he said to them, "Do you understand what I have done to you? You call me teacher and Lord, and you are right, for so I am. If I then, your Lord and teacher, have washed your feet, you also ought to wash one another's feet. For I have given you an example that you may also, or that you also should do just as I have done to you." And my encouragement is, you know, Jesus, who was God's son, would serve the least and call of humility. I pray that that would be the way that you guys lead as well. So with that in mind, let me pray for you all. Heavenly Father, we thank you that above all rulers and powers, you reign supreme. Your ways are always just and right, and your nature is kind, loving, and compassionate. We thank you for the example that Jesus left for us. Although he was God, he came to us in humility and with a heart to serve the least. And I want to thank you this morning, especially for our Mayor, Tom Sharp, and for all our councillors in the Scenic Rim. They have a very difficult role, Lord, and I ask that you would help them lead this region. I pray that all their decisions, all their policies, all the money that they allocate will be done for the benefit and the good of our community. Lord, help them to lead like Jesus, with a heart that really wants to serve and put others above themselves. I pray that you would guard their hearts against the temptation of corruption and dishonest practices. Help them to be unified in their desire to serve faithfully. And God, would you make it clear to the council if there's any decisions that would be harmful or not beneficial to our region. We also want to extend this prayer to everyone who works in the council. Would you bless them, empower them for service, and if there are positions needed to be filled, that you would find the right gifted individuals who would work efficiently and effectively. God, we want to pray a blessing over our region. We thank you for the beauty and the abundance of this place. Lord, bless everyone who calls this place home. Bless those who come and visit us, and bless the businesses and those who work in this place. May you prosper us all and help us to never forget the joy and the privilege that it is to call this place home. And help our leaders really feel the weight of the responsibility that you've called them to lead this land and the people who call this land home. Would you be close to them, and would you grant them your wisdom in making decisions in every way? We pray this in your precious and most holy name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Pastor James, thank you, and thank you for your prayers and your wisdom today, but also thank you for the reminder very much of the responsibility of this chamber in terms of representing the people right across the Scenic Rim. We wish you all the very best for your day, and thank you for your work.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Bye-bye.
Thanks, James.
We now turn to public question time, and I believe we have a number of questions on notice to the CEO.
Through you, Mr Mayor, there are two letters to Council with public questions outlined. The first one is from Mr Waistall, who I think is here. Thank you. Thank you for submitting the questions regarding the leachate issue at the Promilton landfill for consideration at public question time. I'm pleased to provide the following responses. Question 1. For how long has Council known about the problem? Response. The issue of water ingress into the newly constructed cell occurred in early 2024 as a result of a weather activity associated with severe tropical cyclone Kirrily and has been evident since that time. Question 2. What is the problem? The issue relates to leachate burdened stormwater that is inundated and pooled in the empty cell, making it unable to accept waste material and degrading the integrity of the constructed floor liner. Question 3. Who was responsible for the problem? Response. Scenic Rim Regional Council manages and owns the site in question and is responsible under the relevant legislation and licensing to address this matter. Question 4. The cell is what is involved in the rectification works? Response. The cell is currently being dewatered at present, after which specialist testing will be completed to assess the structural integrity of the liner itself. Until that occurs, the full extent of rectification works cannot be understood. It is likely that a full liner replacement will be required, which will involve removing the bedding and impermeable geotextile material and replacing it with an appropriate membrane to allow for future operations. Question 5. Is anyone being held responsible for the problem? Response. As noted above, Scenic Rim Regional Council manages and owns the site in question and is responsible under the relevant legislation and licensing to address this matter. Nigel, I might walk up with both of them. Is that right? Second question is from Ms Leanne Bartram. Thank you for submitting questions regarding participation of the Scenic Rim Regional Council in the Council of Mayors Proprietary Limited for consideration at public question time. I'm pleased to provide the following responses. Question 1. When did Scenic Rim Regional Council formally resolve to become a member of Council of Mayors Proprietary Limited, and what council resolution report and meeting authorised that membership? Please identify where residents can access that resolution and supporting documentation. Response. ComSec was established in 2005 by the South East Queensland Councils as a regional local government advocacy organisation to represent the collective interests of those councils. It is structured as a company limited by shares and each member council holding one share. The mayors of the member councils form the board of directors of the company. The director's role is to represent their shareholding councils whilst working collaboratively on matters of regional significance. This may include regional opportunities, initiatives or advocacy priorities that benefit SEQ communities. Councils retain responsibility for their own local decision making and statutory obligations. Question 2. What is the Scenic Rim Regional Council's total annual financial contribution to ComSec for 2025, including membership levies, project contributions, special contributions and any other payments? Please also provide the total amount Scenic Rim has paid to ComSec since becoming a member. Response. Council's financial contribution to the Council of Mayors for the 2025-26 financial year comprised of a membership levy valued at $36,978 and an SEQ deal contribution for Resilient Rivers SEQ program of $38,760. In the preceding 9 financial years from 2015-16 to 2024-25, the current Council's financial contribution averaged $77,282 per year. Question 3. ComSec's 2024-25 annual report reports an annual surplus of approximately $4 million, while previous financial statements record substantial accumulated retained funds. Has any ComSec surplus or accumulated funds been returned, credited, or otherwise provided back to Scenic Rim Regional Council or other member councils? If not, what is the purpose of retaining these funds? Response. The ComSec 2024-25 annual report notes that the SEQ deal funding has resulted in a material increase in funds received for the delivery of funding commitments, whilst the 24-25 annual report records retained earnings of approximately $12 million, a surplus of $4.8 million, and a surplus of $4.8 million. These funds are held to meet existing contractual agreements and support delivery of approved regional initiatives, including significant projects being undertaken in the Scenic Rim, such as the $6.7 million Upper Worrell Creek Rehabilitation Project. ComSec is a not-for-profit organisation, and any surplus funds are reinvested to support the objectives and initiatives as approved by the Board of Directors. Question 4. What specific projects, services, infrastructure, outcomes or other measurable benefits has Scenic Rim Regional Council received from ComSec in return for its annual financial contribution? Please provide the amount spent by ComSec on initiatives directly benefiting Scenic Rim for 24-25 and 25-26. Response. Council receives benefits through both regional advocacy and direct project investment facilitated by ComSec. At a regional level, ComSec supports council advocacy on matters spanning infrastructure investment, regional planning, economic development, digital transformation, waste management, environmental resilience, and Brisbane 2032 legacy opportunities. This includes securing $1.8 billion SEQ City deal and related funding programs. Over the last few years alone, Scenic Rim has benefited directly from more than $15 million in direct funding through ComSec. This includes $5.85 million for Resilient Rivers SEQ, including delivery of more than 6 major catchment projects, $6.7 million for the DRFA Upper Worrell Creek Rehabilitation Project, $430,000 SEQ City Deal Public Art Initiative, $2.76 million SEQ City Deal Livability Fund, including accessible unisex change facilities at Coronation Park, Beaudesert and Selwyn Park. Boone has been written down there, which probably shouldn't be. $5 million SEQ City Deal Bromwellson State Development Area Business Case, advocacy to support eradication of fire ants funding for SEQ, opportunity to access around $150 million in strategic SEQ City Deal funds across waste, digital and innovation as a ComSec council. Additionally, Council continues to benefit from regional advocacy, strategic policy and collaborative projects and initiatives led by ComSec across a wide range of key local government issues. This includes projects such as securing Brisbane 2032, engagement on the SEQ Regional Plan, SEQ Drought Plan, SEQ Food Security Strategy, and attracting global and innovative solutions to the region to solve local challenges. Question 5. When the Mayor acts as a Director of ComSec, is he acting under a specific delegation or authority from Scenic Rim Regional Council or independently in his capacity as a ComSec Director? Does the Mayor have to obtain a prior Council resolution before supporting a significant ComSec projects, financial commitment or regional agreement that may affect Scenic Rim? If such authority exists, please identify the legislation, delegation, council resolution or other instrument providing that authority. Response. The ComSec does not make decisions for or on behalf of individual shareholding councils. Rather, it provides a forum through which these councils collaborate on matters of regional significance, including advocacy, policy development and regional initiatives. While the ComSec board may form a position, implementation of those matters by individual councils, including any financial commitments, remain subject to each council's own decision-making, governance and statutory processes. When acting for ComSec, the directors, mayors, will have legal obligations under the Corporations Act, and when working for council, they will have obligations under the Local Government Act. Any decisions are made working under these guidances or relevant delegations. Question 6, can a decision be made by ComSec to create a financial obligation for the Scenic Rim Regional Council without financial obligation first been approved by the Scenic Rim Regional Council? If yes, what legal authority allows this? If no, what safeguards ensure that a ComSec decision cannot financially bind Scenic Rim without a council resolution? Response, no more than the value of the annual membership levy unless the board determines an additional contribution by special resolution. Question 7. ComSec describes itself as the voice of South East Queensland and promotes speaking as one region with one voice. When the interests of Scenic Rim differ from the preferred position of other ComSec member councils, is the Mayor required to represent the formally adopted position of Scenic Rim Regional Council? What procedure applies where the interests of Scenic Rim and ComSec's broader SEQ position conflict? Response, ComSec advocates on matters where there is an agreed regional position and a regional benefit for SEQ councils. It does not represent councils on local issues. As council's appointed director, the Mayor participates and contributes to the development of these matters, while the ComSec board may endorse regional positions, advocacy priorities, projects or collaborative initiatives. Implementation of those by individual councils remains subject to each council's own governance arrangements and statutory responsibilities. Question 8, what authority does Mayor Sharp have to represent the Scenic Rim Regional Council, support ComSec positions, make commitments on progress of ComSec matters without specific council resolution or delegation? Does Mayor Sharp report to council on the decisions, positions and votes he takes as a ComSec director, and where are these decisions and commitments recorded and made publicly available? Response, further to the response to question 1, each shareholder council appoints one director who must be the mayor of that council. The role of the directors is to represent the interests and authorised positions of their respective shareholding councils while working collaboratively on matters of regional significance. Through this process, they consider regional opportunities, challenges and advocacy priorities that may benefit SEQ communities, while each council retains responsibility for its own local decision-making and statutory obligations. Mayor Sharp is council shareholding members' nominated director. Question 9, what authority does Scenic Rim Regional Council CEO have to correspond with ComSec, influence or direct ComSec matters, make commitments or progress ComSec projects on behalf of the council without a specific council resolution or delegation? In particular, can the CEO communicate council support, negotiate positions or commitments, or instruct or encourage ComSec to progress significant projects, including regional waste management, the proposed BERC incinerator, and the city deal, without those matters first being formally approved by council? If so, what is the legal or delegated authority for the CEO to do this, and where are these directions, correspondence, commitments and decisions recorded and publicly accessible? Response, the Chief Executive Officer of the Scenic Rim Regional Council attends board meetings when available. The Chief Executive Officer attends council strategy and workshops where ComSec makes presentations and provides updates to the Mayor and councillors, as well as the executive leadership team. The Chief Executive Officer does not have the authority to make comments, noting that the Chief Executive Officer is not a member of the board. The Chief Executive Officer cannot direct ComSec to undertake a project. It may be that council wishes to recommend a project, but this would require the endorsement of the project by the board of ComSec. The Chief Executive Officer has the opportunity to participate in the development of policy consultation with staff from ComSec, but any policy drafted would need to be ratified by the board. There is no legal or delegated authority held by the Chief Executive Officer in relation to making decision or resource allocation. All communications and other materials are managed within Council's record management system. Question 10. At the 17th of June 2026 Desert Times article, quote, Mayor detailed future vision, close quote, reported on ComSec's future vision for South East Queensland, including the SEQ digital plan, described as one of 29 commitments. The article stated that the plan was about making sure we stay ahead of the curve with an expectation of data centres. Data centres are known to require significant amounts of land, water, electricity, potentially competing with agricultural uses, placing significant pressure on local resources and increasing costs for the local community. ComSec is also involved in the SEQ City deal and its positions or decisions concerning waste management, incineration and the BERC proposal may have implications for the Scenic Rim. What specific MOUs, agreements, commitments or regional deals have Mayor Sharp, the CEO or councillors endorsed through ComSec without broad community consultation, including the SEQ City deal, SEQ digital plan, waste management, incineration and special purpose vehicle plans? And is the proposed sale of council land described as being in the public interest and to the proponent as a preferred recipient of grant funding for the Bromwellton State Development Area in any way connected to or part of progressing any of the initiatives? What specific future vision for the Scenic Rim has Mayor Sharp, the CEO or councillors endorsed through ComSec, and does that vision specifically protect the Scenic Rim's rural character, agricultural and food producing industries, tourism, environment and rural communities? Response. ComSec's role is to facilitate regional cooperation, advocacy, opportunities that benefit SEQ. Initiatives such as the SEQ deal, the SEQ digital plan and regional waste management provide strategic frameworks and funding programs that support councils in delivering local outcomes through the benefit of regional scale and partnerships. Delivery of local projects remains the responsibility of individual councils and their existing governance and policy processes. ComSec supports a number of important projects that will assist councils' efforts across agriculture, tourism and rural communities. For example, through the SEQ City deal, there have been grant funds allocated to Council for public art and revegetation and river improvements. In relation to the inquiry regarding MOUs, I can confirm that at the ordinary meeting of Council held on 28th of January 2026, it was resolved that 1, Council enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Council of Mayors South East Queensland for the SEQ residual waste project, and 2, Council requests that Council of Mayors South East Queensland includes evaluation and impact of regional thermal treatment initiatives occurring across South East Queensland as part of its project progression. The strategic disposal of land at the Bromwellton State Development Area, authorised by Council at the ordinary meeting held on 27th of May 2026, is consistent with the need to facilitate economic development. The sale of the land is not related to ComSec. The future vision of the organisation is laid out in the Scenic Rim Regional Council corporate plan and, to a degree, the economic development strategy. Both these documents can be accessed through Council's public website. Question 11, which is the last one. When a ComSec position or decision conflicts with Scenic Rim's interests, who has final authority? ComSec, the Mayor, the CEO, or Scenic Rim Regional Council? What safeguards ensure the Mayor or CEO cannot represent, commit, support or progress a ComSec position on behalf of Scenic Rim without the required community consultation? Before supporting or progressing any significant ComSec proposal or commitment that could materially affect Scenic Rim, will Council ensure broad and meaningful community consultation, including with rural communities, farmers, food producers, tourism operators and businesses? If consultation is not required, who makes that decision and under what authority? Sorry, that should have read if consultation is not required, who makes that decision and under what authority. Given that Scenic Rim's participation in ComSect is voluntary, and considering the information currently available by ComSect activities, commitments and future direction, will Council undertake broad community consultation to review whether continued participation remains in the best interests of the Scenic Rim community, and if not, take what steps to withdraw from the partnership? Response. Any proposed position or intended decision by ComSec that conflicts with the interests of the Scenic Rim would first need the support of Council by way of a resolution. Additionally, any proposed decision by ComSec would have a material impact on the Scenic Rim region, whether that be budgeted or related or incompatibility, would first need an indication of support from Council by way of a resolution. This has been demonstrated a number of times, for example, by the 30th of August 2016 resolution of Council to commence up to $40,000 towards the South East Queensland Olympic bid feasibility study. The Chief Executive Officer cannot represent the strategic view of Council. That is the role of the Mayor of Councillors. Council is committed to community consultation, community and business engagement, informs appropriate and responsible decision making. Community consultation is a constant responsibility and undertaking by the elected representatives at all times. Ergo, should any or all councillors consider the membership of ComSec to be in question, it is their duty to address the matter before Council. As indicated earlier, the Chief Executive Officer does not hold any delegation in relation to undertaking consultation to determine the future of ComSec. This would need to be a decision of Council. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, CEO. I guess just to add to that, just very quickly, in the response in the letter, it should read regarding question 4 and the $2.76 million for the SEQ City Deal livability. It's referring to Coronation Park at Boonah and Selwyn Park at Bedesert. I think that was just a typing error. The point that I think the CEO tried to make and did quite well is that ComSec is an advocating body. The Scenic Rim Regional Council, except where we fall into line behind federal and state, where it comes local government issues, it is the role of this chamber and its elected members to make the decisions that impact on the people of our region. That is not for the role of ComSec. And it has been laid clearly in this letter that anything that would be impacting the region would come before resolution as a decision by this council, not by ComSec. I think there is, if I read between the lines in terms of the questions, there is some concerns around waste initiatives and the pursuit by ComSec to pursue solutions for southeast Queensland and the growing waste problem that we have. What is before ComSec and what has not been brought before Council is because it hasn't been, is not a decision or it is not a suggestion by ComSec that that Scenic Rim's waste facility, Bromerton, is to be suggested for any sort of initiative in that regard. It is not on their agenda and it hasn't been brought before Council for that very specific reason. Thank you. We will now move to item number 6, declarations of prescribed or declarable conflict of interest by members. Do we have any? I'll just make a, just making note that I have a will have a conflict of interest in relation to a late confidential item 12.2, and will excuse myself from the meeting at that point in time. And as chair of that meeting, we'll have to call upon our councillor to chair that meeting. Councillor McInnes, our deputy chair, would normally sit in as the chair. he is dialing in online. We've discussed it previously, and I will defer to our Chair of the LDMG, Councillor Moriarty, to chair that late item 12.2.
And Mr Mayor, if I can just interrupt too, I'm sorry, I've got a conflict of interest in late item 12.2 and I will be leaving the room.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have any announcements? No announcements? You do, Councillor Sanders?
He picked me up, I just remembered. Thank you so much, everybody. I do have an announcement. Vale Norman Rice. Councillors, I would like to take a few moments to acknowledge Norman Rice, MBE, a former Beaudesert resident and local legend who passed away last month at the ripe old age of 104. His contribution to the honeybee industry was recognised in 1987 with an MBE, and he was renowned for his knowledge of beekeeping, which he so generously shared his knowledge with others. Norm was born in 1922 and served in World War II with the Royal Australian Navy. His wife Heather and Norm raised 4 children. From his family farm in Beaudesert, Norm became the first in the world to achieve success in the artificial insemination of queen bees. These were in high demand and exported worldwide from the Beaudesert Post Office. And in 2022, when Council staged the Life in Focus exhibition at the Centre in Beaudesert, they featured some of Norm's equipment, including a microscope that he designed and invented himself. An interesting story came to light about some of these packaged bees. Norm had observed that when the queen bees were stacked near one another in individual boxes, they became extremely agitated and made an incredibly loud noise, like jets in flight. And one day, when a shipment of queen bees boxed was stacked in the Beaudesert Post Office awaiting collection, the post office staff heard the intense buzzing from the boxes and thought it might be a bomb. So the bomb squad was called, only to find that the boxes contained queen bees, albeit they were very agitated state and making a raucous noise. So Norm's equipment and the 180 centimetre mascot, the Big Bee, which once had pride of place on his family farm, are now housed in the Beaudesert Museum, and you can see why it links to the bees. Norman Rice put Beaudesert on the map as the world's biggest exporter of queen bees, and he occupies a very special place in the history of the town. We at the council and the community can extend our condolences to his family and friends.
Thank you. Vale Norman Rice.
I have one too, Chair.
Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. Just before I start, I would just like to acknowledge, as a student at Beaudesert High School back in the 1980s, I actually attended Norm Rice's shed and factory just up in near Enterprise Drive, where Enterprise Drive is now, in that location, as an agricultural student. And we went in and had a tour of Mr Rice's facility there, and he certainly was a local legend, and he certainly was exporting queen bees all around the world, and was a pioneer. And I too pass on commiserations to the family and acknowledge the work that Norm did for our region. I have another acknowledgement, Mayor and fellow councillors. I would like to acknowledge the recent passing of Mr.
Sorry, Councillor, can you push your button?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I apologise. I had it on, I must have turned it off. Mayor and fellow councillors, I would also like to acknowledge the recent passing of Mr Michael O'Reilly, a member of the pioneering O'Reilly family, whose name is synonymous with the history, conservation and tourism legacy of our region. For generations, the O'Reilly family has played a significant role in shaping the identity of the Scenic Rim through their connection to Lamington National Park and the establishment of O'Reilly's Rainforest Retreat, an enterprise that has become one of Queensland's most iconic tourism destinations. Michael's a part of the family whose vision and stewardship help introduce countless visitors to the natural beauty of our region while fostering an enduring appreciation of our unique environment. The O'Reilly family story is woven into the fabric of the Scenic Rim, and Michael's passing marks the loss of a member of a family whose contribution to our community extends far beyond business. Through their commitment to conservation, hospitality and community, they've helped build a legacy that continues to benefit both residents and visitors alike. On behalf of the Scenic Rim community, I extend our sincere condolences to Michael's family, friends and all members of the O'Reilly family. We acknowledge with gratitude the contribution they have made over many generations and the role Michael played in continuing that proud legacy. May those who know and love him comfort in the respect and admiration held for him and his family throughout the region. I trust that the funeral service, which was held at St Mary's yesterday and the wake that followed, were a fitting celebration of Michael's life. Mayor, I ask that Council record its condolences to the O'Reilly family and acknowledge the passing of Mr Michael O'Reilly with gratitude for his family's enduring contribution to the Scenic Rim. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor and Vale. Michael O'Reilly, and yes, condolences to the family, but it is important to recognise the contributions that are made down through the years of significant members in our community and the roles that they have played. I believe we have no deputations or petitions. Thank you. Now move to item 9 and call upon a member for the confirmation of the ordinary meeting for 22nd of July 2026. Councillor Sanders.
Happy to so move.
Seconder. Councillor Chalk. Nothing arising. Those in favour? Councillor McInnes. Thank you. Motion carried unanimous. Is there any business arising from the previous minutes? Thank you. Move to item 11.1 and call upon Councillor McInnes.
Thank you, Mayor. Pleasure to introduce 11.1, appointment of acting executive officer. Just as a small lead-in, the Chief Executive Officer has advised of a planned absence from Saturday 26th of September 2026 to Monday 5th of October 2026 inclusive. Council has requested to appoint a suitably qualified person as acting Chief Executive Officer during that period. So I'll move the recommendation. I take it's been read by councillors. The motion is that pursuant to section 195 of the Local Government Act of 2009, Council appoint the Director of Infrastructure Services, James Rapray, to act as Chief Executive Officer during the period 26th of September to 5th of October 2026 inclusive. I so move.
Thank you, Councillor. Seconded to the motion, Councillor Moriarty. Councillor McInnes, would you like to talk to your motion?
No, apart from to say it's when the CEO is the way we try to, it tries to rotate the staff, one of the directors, and I'm not sure whether two or just one of the others have done it, but James is the CEO has suggested James as to take over for that 10 days period that he's away. So, so I think it's fitting that James does it.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any questions? Is anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor McInnes.
Yeah, nothing more, Mayor.
I put it to the members. Those in favour? Councillor McInnes, you're in favour, of course. Thank you. Motion carried unanimously. Now call upon Councillor Cryer to introduce item 11.2.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce item 11.2, Operational Plan 2025 to 2026, Quarter 4 Progress Report. I take the report as read. I'd like to move to the motion and move that 1, Council approve the Quarter 4 Operational Plan 2025 to 2026 Progress Report, and 2, Council approve the Quarter 4 2025 to 2026 Service Delivery Report.
Thank you, councillor. Seconded to the motion. Councillor Sanders. Councillor Cryer, would you like to talk to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Council adopted the Operational Plan 2025 to 2026 at the ordinary meeting held on the 9th of July in 2025. The attachment 1 to this report is a draft progress report against the operational plan and is provided for Quarter 4 of 2025 to 2026, covering the period from the 1st of April 2026 to the 30th of June 2026. The operational plan quarterly report is structured in a way that reflects and addresses the themes in the corporate plan, including planning and placemaking, integrated transport, economic development, connected communities, environment and waste, and sport and recreation. Each of these themes include different items, and I've added here an example for each of these themes, such as the master plan committees, Hinchcliffe Bridge construction, Water for Worrell, Community Safety Partnership, Queensland Reconstruction Authority Extraordinary Cleanup Grant, and the Parks and Amenities Strategy. So it is interesting to note the following for each of these items for the 4th quarter as examples: that each committee endorsed its draft master plan. The Hinchcliffe Bridge was open to through traffic. The Water for Worrell project team completed initiatives. There is ongoing involvement with the local government Domestic Family Violence Champions Network. Works for the QRA Extraordinary Cleanup Grant have been completed with a saving of $80,000 across 20 storm-impacted natural areas, and that the draft Parks and Amenities strategy is complete, but further alignment to the planning scheme policy and the local government infrastructure plan is required. These are just a few of the 51 activities in the operational plan. Attachment 2 to this report is a draft report on the Council's service delivery performance, which provides information as a snapshot about the delivery of Council's services and functions during Quarter 4. The vast majority of the services outlined in the report directly benefit the community. The report provides information for councils and the community, showing that the work that has been undertaken for the year, and it is interesting to note from this report that, for example, the number of students engaged in waste education sessions has greatly increased from 103 to 625. Sealed road pavement damage of 33,350 metres squared repaired. Over 1,000 free tree plants distributed. The total rates outstanding are over $8 million for the quarter. Total emails received a day are over 6,500. Total calls were almost 9,000. Library visits were almost 46,000. 100 events were held at the centre. 366 building applications were received. And unfortunately, a significant increase in dog attack reports during Quarter 4, receiving 66 reports compared with the 29 in the 3rd quarter. And there are also 41,600 Visit Scenic Rim Instagram followers, just for a bit more excitement. So I'd like to just put forward that there's a lot of information in both of these reports, and maybe the officer would like, through the chair, would like to expand on anything.
To the officer.
Sorry, you've obviously given a good rundown there, Councillor Cryer, thank you. The only thing I would add is these reports are the final quarterly updates for the last financial year, so the council and the community now have a full year of data, both from actions from the operational plan and the service delivery report, so opportunity to see what's happened right throughout the financial year as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any questions from the floor? Just one. I take that, councillor, that's not a question. Councillor McInnes.
No, I'm right, thanks, Mayor. At this point in time,
Fair enough. There are quite a number of items in the report. Just one very quickly. We see in the headlines across the country on cybersecurity, and do note that it's a position that is now complete, is the Strengthening Council Cybersecurity. Consultants were engaged and the network penetration test completed. Can you give us some confidence and understanding in terms of how bulletproof we are?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I might refer that question to the Director of Corporate and Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council has done significant work in improving its cybersecurity capability. The work completed in undertaking the penetration tests against the cyber security plan we have in case identified a number of low-level risks, 4 in total. They've all been addressed and wouldn't have resulted in any penetration into council systems at this point in time. Legislation commenced in July of this year for council to have what's termed a data breach plan and responsibilities to report data breaches to state and federal government. Council has that plan in draft. It will go to the next audit committee for oversight, but council is prepared to that extent. We do rely on the technology providers that we work with to undertake and continue to reinforce security to their own systems, and we seek that validation on a semi-regular basis to ensure that their systems that hold council data are also held secure, and council works to the current requirements where any data that relates to work or activities undertaken by council is only held in this country. We do not engage with any providers who store data overseas, and that's consistent with the principles provided through the federal and state government. So our preparedness is improving, but we have still more work to do as this space continues to change on a daily basis.
Thank you. Just in terms of the ICT strategy, and note the online customer service request system. There's an implementation of the online customer service request system, which is designed obviously as an improvement in terms of engaging and providing services to our constituents directly. I understand that the comments, and this is ongoing, it's on track at this point in time, but data cleansing is underway, so that's removing of all the double up that's going on. I take that on board. You're talking about an implementation, which is going to be greatly received, planned for 2026-27. Can we just have an expansion and an idea around those services, and for the constituents to have ease of access to putting in these requests, complaints, or whatever they might be, and the response times, and what this is designed to actually achieve for our constituency?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council has been working with its technology partner, Technology One, and has brought forward the implementation of the request management process. That work has started with the internal explorations and investigations at this point in time. So we're looking at what current request types we have, what request types we might need in terms of how the system is built and configured. It does have a connection back through Council's website to allow for online transactions, and we're working to implement that piece of software at the same time as improving our internal systems. And we have been working in the background and are at a pilot stage to allow for the electronic lodgement of development applications. That is in a, I suppose you'd call it a beta testing phase. We've engaged with a particular development company to test that system before it's made available to the broader marketplace. The reason I brought that forward is because what we're trying to do in terms of improving the customer engagement and the ability to do services with council at any time is not just looking at the general ratepayer concerns, but looking at commercial concerns and how they can also interact better with council. That project is scheduled for implementation into the start of 2027, so it is work afoot at the moment, and it is planned to be delivered in advance of the 30 June timeline that's referenced in the plan documentation. Hope that answers the question.
It does, thank you. And I thought it was an important one to let the public know that that is conscious effort by this council to continue to improve our engagement and our service to the constituents of this region. So thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Is there anyone wishing to talk against the motion? I put it to the members. Those in favour? Councillor McInnes?
In favour.
Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. And now I'll move to item 11.3 and call upon Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce item 11.3, the establishment of a planning committee. And by way of background, we did have a planning committee until the 21st of May 2019. It was disbanded in the previous term of council, and since then we've had neither a planning panel or a planning committee. I'll go straight to the motion. I'm going to move option 2. Sharon, if you could bring that up, please.
Just grab that from the agenda, Councillor. Won't be a moment.
Thank you. Yes, the motion that I move is that council provide conditional support for the formation of a planning standing committee subject to council's review and endorsement of A, terms of reference for the planning standing committee, ensuring alignment with the requirements of the Local Government Regulation 2012, B, required governance processes to implement a standing committee, and C, dates and times for the 2026 to 2027 financial year.
Thank you, Councillor. Could I have a seconder to the motion? Councillor Moriarty, thank you. Councillor Hay, would you like to talk to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Council has sought a report to re-establish a planning standing committee since December 2025, and we've now reached the stage where we've had a report back, which is contained in the agenda, which put forward 2 possible suggestions, and one was that we reinstate a planning committee, and the other was that we have a less formal option of a planning panel. In my opinion, a planning committee would provide or assist councillors to demonstrate council's commitment to an enhanced transparency and accountability in the decision making of local government, and for that reason I have moved the motion for a standing committee rather than a panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any questions? With no questions, Councillor McInnes.
Yes, Mayor, I'm inclined to be going the other way initially, where we have a less formal position. I wonder whether this is going to help the process by going down this. We did try it, and I worked with it for quite some time, and I found it duplicating most of the time, and it's in a big percentage of the time, actually. It's and just purely a personal opinion, I think it comes to the public, just like we've got some things there today, and we don't do anything without coming to the public. So I don't think there's need to be having twice there and going through it, and I believe it'll delay the process rather than help facilitate it in a more timely manner.
Thank you, Councillor. Could you just assist us in the room with, you say there's a duplication, could you expand on that?
Yes, if we've got before was with a planning committee, and not only planning committee, we had 3 other committees, and we'd have committee meetings, and then we'd come along to the council ordinary meeting, and it'd be just a tick and flick a lot of the time. Very occasionally there would be more debate on it, but unless something else had come to light in the meantime, it was actually just a rehash of what we'd done the week before, just to actually tick off those the planning committee. So I know in some of the bigger councils they have planning committees, and I can understand that, where you've got 10 or 12 councillors, and not all councillors are involved in every side of things. It's if we're all turning up one week and doing the same thing, and to be ticked off the next week by the ordinary meeting, I don't think it's in our best interest.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Anyone wishing to talk? I take it you've rather than a question, that was to talk against the motion, Councillor McInnes?
Yes, it really is. Just stating my case, Mayor, and I apologise for that. I should have actually. I did have a differing opinion to Councillor Hayden on it.
That is quite all right. Anyone wishing to, I might just ask a question if I may, and to talk about, ask the question that Councillor McInnes raised in terms of impact on timing. If the officer could address that.
Through the chair, I suppose the primary difference is between that of a committee or that of delegated decisions as far as overall impact to timeframes. Once reports make the agenda, they sit on that agenda for that period of time, so those business days pass until it can be seen by a committee. There are, as the report has outlined, there are options to include delegations as part of a committee if the council deem that necessary or appropriate. However, that's envisaged that it would form part of a secondary report following the decision of council today.
Thank you for that response. Is there anyone wishing to talk for the motion? Councillor Moriarty.
Pardon me. Thank you, Chair. No, I'd like to support the motion for the reasons outlined by Councillor Hay. A lot of councils do have designated planning committees. It's not an unusual format. I think originally the issue came up because there was a period of time there where councillors were only becoming aware of a number of planning issues at the last minute and we probably weren't getting time to properly consider things that were coming before council. But I acknowledge there has been an improvement in that space, especially I acknowledge the work of the, is your title manager, Sean? Manager of Planning, sorry, I should know that. Who has gone out of his way to provide extra briefing sessions to each councillor on a division by division basis. I do think there would be some benefit in time savings if that could be all bundled into one planning committee meeting and that everybody's hearing the same information, because we're all not just interested in planning matters in our own division, we're interested in planning matters across the whole of the region. So It, as previously acknowledged, and I see in the report, there was, I think in 2022, a move to reintroduce planning committees into the council, and I'm not sure why that didn't progress from that point on, but from my perspective, more than happy, given that the motion is subject to conditional support, subject to terms of reference and other governance processes and all of those things, more than happy to support the motion at this stage.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to talk against the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, I will talk against the motion today. I was very fortunate to be the chair of the planning committee in 2012 to 2016. What we used to do was we used to have 3 meetings. We'd come in on a Wednesday like today and start with one meeting, then go to the planning meeting and then go to the corporate services meeting. And we used to open them and then close them and then open another one and then close it, open another one and then close it. And we started thinking about it and thought, you know, this doesn't need to be that way. We already review everything that we need to. They come into the ordinary meeting. You know, we were worried also about the time frames. So I think, now I wasn't here in 2022, the Deputy Mayor might be able to help me with that on the reason why we voted that one down. But once we started looking at the number of, or the amount of paperwork, the amount of meetings that we were having, that sort of stuff, and sometimes we used to open the standing committee meeting just to talk about one item. So yeah, I'll be voting it down today. Just look, I do agree that we want to be as transparent and open and let everybody have the ability to make submissions as they wish and as they want. Absolutely. I just don't think this is the right time or the right thing that we need to do. I think as we get bigger, though, as a council, maybe in a few years we might have to change the way we think. But no support from me on this one today.
Councillor, just a question, if you can make it clear to the members and the audience. You talked about a 2022 motion being voted down. Could you expand on that motion and what you're referring to?
Oh, sorry, I was just referring to Councillor Moriarty mentioned 2022 we voted down a motion. I can't remember very much about that. Was that right?
No, I believe Councillor Moriarty was referring to a motion that was supported to instigate a standing committee.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
And his question why that motion was never followed through. Is that correct, Councillor Moriarty?
Correct.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to talk for the motion
Can I ask?
or question?
Can I just question? You were saying 2022?
Correct.
Well, that was before our term.
Yes, and Councillor Moriarty was referring, he noted that a previous council that had put in place a motion.
It's part of the report.
It's in here. Thank you. Councillor Moriarty.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Look, we can go round and round in circles and cover the same ground. I think even today's agenda where we have...
Sorry, Councillor, if I may, are you raising a question or talking?
Speaking for the motion.
You've had your call, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
That's now expired, Councillor. Councillor Chalk, you got a question or?
I can provide some clarity on the discussion around 2022 because I was actually in the room when all this was happening. So we changed our meeting structure back then to go back to once a month, and we changed quite a lot about how we did. We added portfolios and things like that. The reason the planning committee didn't commence then was we were making a lot of changes already, and resourcing at council needed to be considered. Planning committees do take extra resource, so there will be a cost to the planning staff, administration staff and councillors attending extra meetings. So it's not a freebie. It's going to be more work for everybody in the organisation to undertake a formalised planning committee. So at that time when we were making other changes, it was just deemed that one step at a time essentially, and it probably, we hit an election before it come around the circle. I guess if I could just formulate my thoughts on it all, I don't see a massive amount of benefit establishing a planning committee. Planning is something that's quite structured, I guess. It's going to make it harder to meet timeframes. The only one benefit I really see is the fact that there'll be another essentially televised meeting that the public get to see discussion about planning items, which is important as well, but they're probably the few items that will come through like that require the exposure to maybe get more submissions and things like that, but they probably, with the benefit of like Duncan and Jennifer, who's actually worked under the system, would know that even if there's probably not too many substantial changes we made between what happens in a standing committee and what happens in an ordinary meeting. And I've always thought from my time in council that I can access as much information as I want about any planning decision. The planners are always accessible. I can do my own homework on things and engage. And once you understand the planning scheme, you sort of get to know what goes where. So I'm probably going to vote against this motion today because I don't believe we should be, at this point in time, adding extra resource it requires and putting extra pressure on the planning staff when we can do the job effectively now, I believe. So I'll leave it at that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We've jumped a little bit out of sequence there in terms of the for and against, but that won't upset the apple cart too much.
Can I ask a question, Chair?
Please,
Am I
Councillor.
allowed to ask a question? Through the Chair, for either the Director or the Manager, are we seeing an increase in applications due to the forecast growth in the region, planning applications, first of all in the number of planning applications, and are we seeing an increase in challenging planning applications or developers challenging our planning scheme and trying to, for want of a better term, circumvent our planning scheme, for example, to get smaller than the minimum lot size, average lot size as prescribed by our planning scheme and other things, perhaps doing developments in locations within the region where the zoning is not suitable. Are we seeing an increase in that as there's more development essentially coming into the region?
Through the Chair, as far as quantity of applications, they are increasing and have been increasing since about 2024 upon previous numbers. As far as new applications that are making variations to the planning scheme, we do have a few of those applications in our system at the moment, as has been briefed individually to the councillors. So we are starting to see those applications come in. They're required to address matters where zoning may not align with their proposal as well, which is typically why they're submitting those applications. So naturally, as regions grow, the planning scheme gets put through its paces, and it's our job as planners to make sure that we keep that legislation as contemporary as possible and identify those needs going forward.
So my next question is from the Planning Director and or Manager of the Planning Department. Can you see there would be some benefits to introducing a planning committee and addressing that in a separate forum and you know, moving forward, that we have a standalone planning meeting to address all of those issues given the forecast growth in the region?
Through the Chair, I suppose there's benefits and pros and cons, I suppose, to every situation, and that's what's been included in the report itself. There are limitations around timing aspects that probably are added to this, but as far as transparency, there's improvements in that. So it's balanced. I wouldn't say I necessarily have a clear view either way. My job as manager and as delegate is to discharge the decisions of the council, so that's how we'll continue.
Thank you.
Is there anyone wishing to talk for the motion? If I may, I would like to talk for the motion and address some of the issues that have actually been raised. In terms of duplication of work, Under the current process, full council meets and is briefed by the officers on all planning items in relation to impact assessable. And then again, they are all brought before council in an open meeting. There is up to 7 meetings for the planning manager with individual councils during the course of the month to review their divisional applications. So there is a duplication already existing, well and truly embedded in the system, that's drawing heavily on a strategic resource within council. It was highlighted that delegated decisions may impact on those committee meetings. Delegated decisions, we are talking about a conditional process in the motion, and we're not talking about changing the procedures as such at this point in time. So delegated decisions or code assessable decisions that are kept within the planning department can easily be reported to council as they are, and don't become a burden in terms of additional resource on the planning department, or for that matter, becoming part of the planning committee process. The other resources that may fall upon council, I see this as in actual fact, a massive saving in strategic timing, valuable time committed by the planners, and that I see the additional resource in terms of administrative support staff of a standing committee to be rather minor in the whole scheme of things, particularly with a budget of around $100 million a year. I do note the comments by Councillor Sanders that we would turn up to a standing committee meeting and possibly have one item only to assess. That was possibly during the period 2012 to 2016. We're now as we stand in 2026, we have seen across the state, particularly southeast Queensland, we are the fastest growing area in all of Australia. And there's an expectation that our population is growing from some 50,000 to 70,000 in the next 10 years. And with that is going to come a number of property applications. With that, there is, I believe, a need to improve that transparency for the public, given planning and property development is a major concern to the people within the Scenic Rim, because they are concerned about what is in our corporate vision, the impact in terms of livability and compatibility to the heritage and the natural history of our region, and what that impact will be going forward. I also believe there is opportunity for this council to be more transparent in taking the people of this region on the journey to better understand and see the planning process of an application and how that is worked through the to an end resolution in council. And a standing committee being in the public forum allows that transparency and accountability to occur with ease. So with that said, I fully support the reintroduction of a standing committee. One other point I make about duplication, it is a conditional motion, is that the standing committee doesn't have to be a reflection of the entire council membership. It should actually, as a standing committee, be a minority of council, where the final recommendation and resolution comes before the whole of council. Again, additionally saving on further duplication. And the other councillors that don't stand in that committee, they have the ability to attend and participate, and they should have the confidence in the chair of that committee that any recommendation they're going to be putting forward before council, they're not wanting to see that knocked back on a regular basis. Thank you. Councillor Cryer, a question, or are you wishing to talk to the motion?
I'd like to ask a question,
Sure.
2 questions, if I may. The question, you mentioned first that the planning committee would substantially, can't remember the exact words you used, save the planning officers a lot of time. Could you please explain the mechanisms that you feel?
Well, I think
go
in the
towards
first
that?
instance thank you for your question. I think in the first instance that would allow the planning manager to do away with the 7 monthly meetings in the very first instance. I think that we've got increasing applications, as I highlighted,
Yes.
and that allows that to be removed from the briefing process, consolidated into dealing with one committee, as I said, a minority of councillors, and then that recommendation can come to the full council. So there would be, the instant removal would be the up to 7 monthly meetings with individual councillors, and the reduction in the size of, instead of briefing to full-blown council, it would be a standing committee to the committee only.
Okay.
Could we just have her second, Councillor Cry's second question, then I'll come back to your question.
It's not a question, it's to do with your answer to that question.
Sure.
We've been briefed on this before, and a standing committee needs to be advertised publicly with timeframes. It needs to be televised, so you've got people in the room recording it. You need to have minuted meeting agendas, so not just a chat with Sean over the phone like I did yesterday, which was great, but he would have to actually formalise an agenda and report it to the public, and it's got to be in a format that goes to the public. So I don't believe how you characterised it, Mr. Mayor, was accurate. I'm sorry, but
through consultation with to answer that, through consultation with the officers, I believe for those who have to do the record taking, that it is highly onerous in terms of record taking for a briefing versus a standing committee.
Can we put the motion? Is that possible? Because I think we've done the debate.
If I may continue to chair the meeting, Councillor. Your second question, Councillor.
Yes, just going back to that first part with the mechanisms for saving time, I would, the planning discussions that we have are the one-on-one discussions which in Division 2 we don't have a lot of planning things, and I use the opportunity to gain knowledge from Sean, the officer of planning. So to me these are 2 completely different things anyway, so that the formalisation, and this leads into my second question, and I'm not against either idea, I just want to clarify that in relation to, you mentioned that it does not have to be the whole council in the standing planning committee. In this report, it does mention that the meeting would include a structure of 3 councillors with voting rights and the option for all remaining councillors to attend without voting rights. So that it changes the dynamics of a proper council meeting, in that it's not a complete, chamber. So is that more beneficial? Is that where you're saying that it's saving time, or is that less beneficial? I don't know.
In terms of a standing committee, any standing committee, in my belief, is that there should be a minority of council, because you don't want the standing committee controlling council.
Chair, if I just point a clarification on your previous answer that Councillor Chalk commented on as well. I have 2 planning meetings with Sean each month, so the monthly totals actually, I'm assuming all councillors do, so the monthly meetings would actually be 12, not 7.
Thank you. And look, I wouldn't expect councillors are always going to have questions, and there are ways to access those offices, and I wouldn't be looking to preclude that. I'm talking from the point of view of addressing the formally in place procedures that are now currently being undertaken by the Planning Committee. Are there any further questions? Anyone wishing to talk against? Nothing further? I'll put the motion to the... Sorry, my apologies, Councillor Hay. Further to your motion.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to conclude by stating that whilst I find the 2 fortnightly meetings with the manager beneficial in that we rehash applications that are in my division, usually only in my division, that does not give me any transparency or overview of any of the other developments that are happening outside my division. And as the Mayor has stated, the complexity of some of the applications that are coming in is becoming increasingly challenging, particularly as a lot of those development applications are for major subdivisions, mainly in and around Beaudesert. So that's well outside my zone. So I tend to stay within my zone. I do spend half my life on DAP online when it works, which isn't very often. And I think that a standing committee would be the opportunity for better awareness by councillors of what's happening across the entire region in a planning sense. We don't all have to be hands-on with every single application, but we should have greater transparency. So, for example, I'll use the 2 contentious development applications that are on today's agenda, 11.4 and 11.5 and 11.6. I believe that both of those applications would have benefited significantly from the formation of a panel where they could have been discussed. These have been going since 2024 and it's now 2026. I think a panel may have had the capacity to move those on a little quicker than they have been processed, and I would think that would be very beneficial to not only council and the residents who've been left in suspense, but also to the developers who are still in a quandary as to which way things are going. For that reason, I support the motion. Thank you. Oh, and another thing, people need to note that as members of a committee, councillors are not entitled to any greater remuneration than they already receive. There's no extra benefit to being on a planning committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I put the motion to the floor. Those in favour? Those against? Councillor McGuinness?
Against.
Against. Can we call for a division, please? Motion is being carried. For the motion, the Mayor, Division, Councillor Division 1, Division 2, Division 3, and those against, Councillors Division 4, 5 and 6. Thank you. And now move on to item 11.4 and call upon Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I'm introducing item 11.4, MCU 26/029, development permit for a material change of use for dual occupancy located at 65 Gowanna Bar Road, Tamborine Mountain, described as Lot 3, RP 196972. I take the report as read, and by way of introduction, this is an application for a second dwelling, dual occupancy, on a very large block of land where there is already an existing dwelling. There are also 2 approved tourist use cabins on the property. So whilst I'm making the following recommendation, it is subject to the fact that the 2 tourist cabins must be used for the purpose that they've been approved. They cannot be utilised as dwellings, because if they continue to be used as dwellings, that would mean the approval of this one would end up with 4 dwellings on the property, which is not permitted under the planning scheme. So my recommendation is conditional to the use of those 2 cabins returning to short-term accommodation. So my recommendation or the motion is that 1, council receive and note the report titled Development Application MCU 26/029, Development Permit for a Material Change of Use for a Dual Occupancy located at 65 Gowanna Bar Road, Tamborine Mountain, formerly described as Lot 3, RP 196972. 2, council approved development application MCU 26/029 and granted development permit for a development application material change of use for a dual occupancy, subject to conditions contained in section recommended conditions of approval below. And 3, council note that any subsequent requests for a negotiated decision notice and or further change applications to the approval MCU 26/029 will be processed.
Will proceed.
Will proceed, take the B out, via delegated authority, where the change would not significantly alter the original motion. Now, to speak to that motion, there was only 1 submission received, and I have spoken to the submitter at length about his concerns. And I note that there is a condition.
Before you go any further, councillor, may I just appeal for a seconder to the motion?
Sorry.
No, that's okay. Councillor Moriarty. Councillor Hay.
Thank you, sorry. Got a bit excited there. Yes, there is a condition. I think it's condition, is it number 1 or number 4? Where this dwelling that we're looking at cannot be utilised for short-term accommodation. So I think it's important to highlight that. It's either number 1 or number 4.
Limitation of approved use.
Yeah,
Councillor?
yeah. Could you just make that a bit larger, please? Thank you. Condition 4 is limitation of approved use. The approved use is limited to a dual occupancy. The on-site accommodation is not to be supplied to visitors for short-term accommodation purposes without the necessary permits. The domestic outbuilding must not be used for residential purposes. It's important that we include these conditions on applications such as this, because on the mountain we're seeing a large proliferation of dwellings being turned into Airbnbs, and that's making the availability of rental accommodation extremely tight. And for that reason, we need to make it quite clear in the conditions on these things that we approve that the use is, as what it was requested to be, a dwelling. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Is there any questions? Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. Question for the officers. My understanding is, so there's an existing house, there's 2 tourist cabins for approval as short-term accommodation, and the request is for another additional house. Is there, and I apologise if Councillor Hayes already covered off on this, is there a condition that the 2 tourist cabins must be used for tourist short-term accommodation if the dual occupancy is approved?
Councillor Moriarty, yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
Through the Chair, thank you for your question. With regards to the use as a tourist accommodation, that is a separate approved use, and with regards to the use as a dual occupancy, that is also a separate approved use, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor McInnes, any questions?
No, I haven't. Yeah.
Thank
I
you.
agree with Councillor Hayes' situation there.
Is there anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Nothing further. Councillor Hay, would you just like to sum up?
No, thank you.
I put the motion to the members. Those in favour? Councillor McInnes?
In favour. In favour.
Thank you. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you very much. I'll now call upon Councillor Hay again to introduce item 11.5.
Thank you, Chair. I'm introducing item 11.5, MCU 24/025, development permit for a material change of use for a retirement facility of 141 dwellings located at 30 Kidd Street, Tamborine Mountain, described as Lot 1, RP 45268, and I take the report as read. By way of introduction, this development application is a development permit for a material change of use for a retirement facility, 141 dwellings located at 30 Kidd Street, comprised of detached single-storey retirement dwellings, an associated clubhouse with a maximum height of 11 metres, recreation facilities, internal roads, car parking and landscaping. The subject site is located in the rural residential zone under the Scenic Planning Scheme 2020, as amended 30 June 2023, and is within the rural residential zone. A proposal for a retirement facility is impact accessible based on the proposed use not being listed within table 5.5.16.1, rural residential zone where no precinct applies. Hence it has come before council for a vote of elected councillors. This application represents the highest density and number of dwellings ever proposed for a location on Tamborine Mountain, being much larger than Eaglebrook development at Cook Road and the Carpo de Monte development on Carpo Lane. I'd like to move straight to option 2, please. Sorry, Sharon.
I'll have to find it. This is a long report. Just taking a moment, sorry, councillor. It's a long report. Sorry, 136? Yeah, 136. It won't let me jump to it, so I'm scrolling. Thank you very much. Okay. Is that right? Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Sharon. The motion is that 1, council receive and note the report titled MCU 24/025 Development Permit for a Material Change of Use for Retirement Facility, 141 dwellings located at 30 Kidd Street, Tamborine Mountain, described as Lot 1 RP 45268, and 2, council refuse development application MCU 24/025 based on the proposed development's conflicts with the local categorising instrument Scenic Planning Scheme 2020 as amended 30 June 2023, detailed as follows. A, the proposed development conflicts with section 3.4, communities and character of the strategic framework, and B, the proposed development conflicts with the purpose and overall outcomes of the Rural Residential Zone Code, section 6.2.16.2. 3, council does not consider that relevant matters possess sufficient weight to warrant approval of the development application.
Thank you, councillor. Do I have a seconder to the motion? Councillor Moriarty. Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I know I'm on a time limit, but I've got a lot of notes, so please bear with me. Hopefully I'll get through as much as I can. I'd like to move a procedural motion that council receive the tabled email to all councillors from the Tamborine Mountain Medical Practice dated the 20th of August 2026 and include it in the minutes of this ordinary meeting. It's been provided to all councillors.
It's a procedural motion. Thank you, councillor. I put Councillor Hay, did you want to give an explanation to your motion?
No, I think it's best left until after the vote. Thank you.
goes and put it to the members.
Can I just clarify something, Mr. Mayor?
Please, Councillor.
Is it of a planning nature that it, if it is a planning nature question or some information that could make the decision on this development be changed?
It's up to the council as to whether the decision is changed or not, but the email is before you and I think it contains relevant information that was not available at the time that Tamborine Mountain Medical Practice made its submission back in June 2025, and it does have a direct bearing on the impact on existing and future residents on Tamborine Mountain.
Thank you, Councillor. No further questions. I'll put it to the members. Those in favour?
In favour.
Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Hay.
Thank you. I'll just read out the contents of the email. It's, as I said, from Tamborine Mountain Medical Practice. I'm writing to you to give some background information as to why we at TMMP are opposed to multi-dwelling developments on Kidd Street and McDonald Road on Tamborine Mountain. TMMP provide the majority of care to the community on the mountain. We are the only practice that takes new patients and has an after-hours service. This year we have had 2 doctors leave our practice, and we've recently been informed that one of the 2 doctors at Eagle Heights Medical Centre has also left. Since then, we've seen an increase in new patients calling for appointments to our practice. We also regularly get calls from patients from Eagle Heights, Tamborine Village and Canungra for appointments for specialised services we provide that none of the other medical practices do. An increase in population of patients in a demographic that traditionally needs higher care could see us having to make the difficult decision to close our books to new patients altogether, as it gets increasingly difficult for current patients of our practice to get appointments, and the real risk that we are unable to attract new doctors to fill vacancies. And that was submitted by the practice manager.
Thank you, Councillor. You wish to talk to your motion?
At length, yes, thank you. The proposed development has not demonstrated...
If everyone could just bear with us during this slight technical hiccup. Councillor McGuinness?
He is muted.
Okay, thank you. Apologies, Councillor Hay.
Thank you. The proposed development has not demonstrated compliance with the relevant codes nor parts of the strategic framework of the Scenic Rim Planning Scheme 2020, and instead relies on consideration and addressing of relevant matters to justify support for the proposal, with Council's officers recommending approval based on the application of a broad planning discretion. The proposed site is currently a fully operational and managed productive avocado orchard. I would like to point out that the Bull and Bear peer review of economic need assessment for MCU 24/025 and need for seniors living states MCU 24/025, which is found in the attachments in Part B of the agenda, represents a manufactured home park targeted at the 50+ year population rather than a retirement village. The distinction is critical, recognising the financial and tenure arrangements differ significantly between a retirement village and a manufactured home park, which influences demand and need for each product type. And the reason I've read that out is because on page 74 of the attachment, under a heading Demand Assessment, it states, and again, this is an economic needs peer review, this analysis identifies an existing and increasing need for independent living units within the defined catchment. On the other hand, the demand for additional manufactured home park dwellings within the catchment is unlikely to be of the scale proposed by the applicant prior to 2041. I think that's particularly relevant. In the event that the application is approved, there are a massive 90 proposed conditions which would apply, which would tend to indicate to me that it's in the wrong location. However, we'll get to that. One of the conditions proposed is in section B, social impact management, at number 8, and it is A, ensuring that the owner of the site and the operator of the facility provides health services on site to support residents' needs in the case that these services are not reasonably available in the local area. Now, that flows on from the email that I read out, and I note that health services are not defined anywhere in that condition. That could be from a podiatrist to a heart surgeon. It's not specified, and I don't know how enforceable that condition is, because if Tamborine Mountain Medical Practice can't recruit medical practitioners, I'm not too sure how Living Gems would go at that. There's also, while we're on the conditions, I'm only going to read out another one. There's a social impact management condition number 8C, which ensures that future residents of the complex have ready and convenient access to recreational and other vehicles for travel and leisure activities. Given that the target market is older persons and the development is presented as a retirement facility, there is absolutely no provision for on-site parking for residents, camper vans, trailers, caravans or other RVs. Where will these be parked? The report is silent on that. I think it's only fair to assume that if there are 141 dwellings, quite a few of those grey nomads are likely to have an RV, a caravan or a camper van, which is going to need to be parked somewhere. The other retirement facilities in the catchment area, such as Capo de Monte, the Time Resort at Canungra, and the Oakland development at Millers Glen, all have dedicated parking areas for recreational vehicles for their residents. So I'm not sure why that could not be accommodated here. Ready access to me would indicate that such vehicles would be parked or located on site rather than at an unspecified location off the mountain. A traffic impact assessment is missing from the attachments. I know there was one, but it's not in the attachments. It was put in sometime 24, 25. However, it was found to be inadequate. I did read that traffic impact assessment at the time it was submitted. I've read every single document relating to this application. That traffic impact assessment was conducted on one day on Main Street on a Wednesday. Now that's the quietest day on Main Street because the refuge facility at the end of Main Street is closed on a Wednesday, so there's significantly less traffic on a Wednesday than other days. Now this is a very experienced developer of similar facilities, so why in this instance was an inadequate transport impact assessment submitted, and why was there no attempt to produce an acceptable temporary transport impact assessment? So unfortunately, we are now asked to vote on this with a condition which has been included at section E number 38 for an updated version covering a full 7-day traffic count to be provided after the application has been determined by council. Now, normally we have these traffic impact assessments available, as we should have in this instance, well before it comes to council for a vote. So why that could not have been achieved since this application went in 2024, I don't know.
Councillor, if I may, happy to give some leeway,
Okay.
but just note, 5.5 minutes gone.
Okay, thank you. I did time it, it was 12, I got it down to 10, but I'll work on it. Okay. Communities and character, 3.4, Tamborine Mountain Community. It's considered the proposal conflicts with aspects, this aspect of the planning strategic framework based on the land use being inconsistent. The sustainable infrastructure, 3.7, land use and infrastructure. Overall, it's considered that the presented development application is non-compliant with parts of the strategic framework. and the compliance with the rural residential zone. The proposal is considered to conflict with the rural residential zone's acceptable outcomes and performance outcomes. Okay. The proposal conflicts with the overall outcomes in the following manner. The development does not reflect a scale and form that is considered to facilitate low-density residential living on the site, section 2A. The development proposes a retirement facility land use, which is an inconsistent land use in this zone, section 2B. The development does not reflect a development outcome that promotes a very low-density residential environment, nor do the site's natural landscape features and environmental values prevail over the built form, and the development is not small scale.
Councillor, I'll give you 30 seconds.
Oh, I need a little bit more than that. I'll talk about the submissions. There were 551 properly made submissions, and some of those people are in the gallery, both submitters for and against. There was one properly made submission in support of the application, and an overwhelming 550 were strongly against the development, and the vast majority of those, it was well over 90%, reside in Division 1, which means they're immediately impacted residents on the mountain in close proximity to the proposed development. There are a whole lot of other critical things here.
Councillor, you'll get a, don't forget, you get a second bite of the cherry when you get to sum up.
I'll talk about relevant matters when I sum up. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions? With no questions, is there, sorry, Councillor Crowe?
I don't have a question, but I would like to put on record something that I need to put out there.
Talking for or against the motion?
I'm not talking for or against. I just like to put this on record of.
Can you phrase it as a question, or we'll let you, what we can do,
yes,
Councillor?
I can phrase it as
if
a
you're
question.
not tending, when you tend to talk for or against the motion,
Yes.
you can incorporate it into that.
Yes.
How about that?
No, it's a, yeah, okay. It's a situation.
Thank you. Would anyone wish to talk against the motion?
Oh, yeah. I just want to add a few words, yes, against the motion. I've had a lot of people contact me, and I love the fact that everyone is so passionate and enthusiastic. I'm really concerned, though, because I think a few people have been told that, if council votes this down, it's gone. And I just wanted to add a little bit to that, because I acknowledge the concerns regarding the density and the scale of the proposed development, and whether it's compatible with the established character and amenity on Tamborine Mountain. We know that Tamborine Mountain is very, very special environmentally. Council must consider the application within the broader strategic planning context. The site has been identified as suitable for retirement and residential care development, and South East Queensland will continue to experience population growth and increased demand for housing. That may not be my view, but I believe that is the state's view. So if council refuses the application, there is significant possibility that the applicant will appeal to the Planning and Environment Court, and while the outcome of any appeal cannot be predicted, council should recognise that it may ultimately result in the development being approved through the court process. And I think a few people that contacted me didn't know. There was a lot of conversations. Importantly, if the matter proceeds to court, council may lose much of its ability to influence the final outcome through the appropriate conditions relating to matters such as landscaping and buffers and traffic and stormwater and building design and etc. and the interface with adjoining properties. There's 90 conditions that we've got there so far. This does not mean council should approve a development that is inappropriate. Rather, council should consider whether it is better to retain control of the planning outcome and ensure that any approval is appropriately designed and strongly conditioned. Legal fees may be very large for this tiny council, and while I'd never back down from a true and just fight, I am concerned that the community will end up getting a development that they've really fought against. Growth pressures will continue, and similar applications are likely to come forward in the future. Our role is therefore to manage growth rather than simply resist it. And while we want to protect the character and amenity of Tamborine Mountain as far as our planning framework allows, I must warn people that this is not the end. This could just be the beginning.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there anyone wish to speak for the motion? Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and keep it brief. The fact the report states that the proposed development has not demonstrated compliance with the relevant codes of the Scenic Rim Planning Scheme 2020 as amended on the 30th of June 23 based on the material submitted with the application, however relies on consideration of relevant matters to justify support for the proposal. I mean, immediately the alarm bells start raising because the application is not compliant with our planning scheme straight off the bat. I do want to acknowledge that the developers and our planning staff have undertaken a considerable amount of work to essentially try and get a square peg to fit into a round hole. So I acknowledge a lot of work has gone into it to try and come up with something that works. The reality is it doesn't work, and councillors are elected to represent the people of the region, and we're elected to stand up for the people that we're elected to represent and to, act on the wishes of the community. In my opinion, 550 properly made submissions would be, I'm not aware of any other application that's come before council in my time that has had 550 properly made submissions. I consider that would be an indication, a massive indication that the vast majority of people on Tamborine Mountain are opposed to a development of this nature. Having said all that, additionally, I do note the catchphrase or the catchy phrase that gets peddled a lot is ageing in place. It's a phrase we hear a lot of these days, and as a justification for building this type of retirement living in certain locations so that people can age in place. Now, I can only comment, and this is anecdotally, I'm not basing this on any statistics, but the Time Resort in Canungra, which is currently under construction and currently, I forget how many, it's well underway. I don't know if there's 180 homes at when it'll be completed. But from the anecdotal evidence that I have, the majority of people moving into that facility are not locals or not people downsizing from the Canungra location. They're people who are selling up on the Gold Coast or other locations and making a tree change to Canungra. So this whole notion of ageing in place is a little bit overstated. And I note also that true ageing in place would involve additional nursing home, aged care, proper full-time aged care options at the end of the retirement village stage of life. And I know there's a dearth of those. I know Roslyn Lodge on Tamborine is very limited in its ability to cater for people should they need that full-time care. So that's got to be factored into this idea of ageing in place. So there needs to be more investment and more consideration giving to the needs of these people who are moving into the region for the retirement village stage of their life. But what are we going to do with them after that if they're truly to age in place? The reality is, as I said, 550 properly made submissions. I think we're going to see more of these types of developments. They seem to be very popular. They get bought up very quickly. Is Tamborine Mountain the right location for a very high density application such as this? I would suggest it's not. But I do hope that the land is developed in a way that is actually acceptable to the community and does provide in the future, is what I'm saying, in a way that it can be used and provide appropriate accommodation, boutique style, smaller scale, as in some of the existing retirement options that there are already on Tamborine Mountain. But I don't believe this development's appropriate for that location.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Councillor Cryer?
I'd like to ask my question now.
Please.
Thank you.
Councillor Hay, could you take your microphone? Thank you.
Yes. In relation to in the conditions that a full 7-day traffic count should be undertaken for a more representative data set to be supplied after the decision, is retrospectively the question is, will that have any effect on the quality of the development after the decision is made here today? And noting that we had a previous traffic report which increased the amount by, according to my figures, about 63% increase in the main street. And that I have received also approximately 70 emails as part of a campaign. So I'd like to say that this did not influence my base my decision on the documents that provided, of which the traffic one was one. So I'd just like to ask that question: is retrospectively, has that got any bearing on this development going forward?
Thank you, Councillor.
Through the Chair. Thanks for the question. So with regards to the extent of works that will be expected in the updated traffic impact assessment, the requirement for Kidd Street to be upgraded to an urban road standard has been maintained, to an access street classification, a more suitable 7-day traffic count, which will provide a better representation of the actual traffic impacts on the local area, is expected to be undertaken. The detailing of any intersection upgrade work is the clause C, which is then going to provide some more details around the potential impacts by that traffic generated. And then the clause D, broader spatial scale assessment, including additional intersections beyond the immediate network. So there is a clear anticipation that at the operational work stage that the traffic impact assessment isn't going to look at localised impacts. It is going to be looking at those broader potential impacts on Main Street and beyond by the traffic generated as part of the proposal.
Can I also ask, is not the localised traffic impact, and was previously mentioned that it was going from 145-day car movements on that particular day to the estimated would be to 556, if I recall from that previous report, and so that is quite substantial for the actual local area, but you are taking in the whole area as being impacted.
Through the Chair, in terms of the scope of that condition, certainly that broader scale assessment is going to be required as part of that updated version of the traffic impact assessment.
Thank you.
Just a question,
question,
if I
Councillor
may.
Hay? Yep.
Through the Chair to the planners, when it was quite apparent from day one that the traffic impact assessment was inadequate, why was it not a requirement under an information request, for example, that a suitable traffic impact assessment be provided back in 2024 or 2025?
Through the Chair, I'll have to refer back to the contents of the information request, which I don't have on me at this point in time, so I can't directly answer that as to how that was, how that matter was raised as part of the information request. That's right.
You have to be taken on notice, Councillor. Is there anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Chalk.
I will, because I might miss opportunity to speak otherwise if I don't. These ones are tough. Like, I've dealt with a fair few of these ones that are pretty 50-50 at times, and there was a lot of negative press that I received last election about the cost of our legal fees, and these are a good indication why, because you do try to represent the community and you make calls about things. End of the day, like Jennifer said, they go to a planning environment court and they get assessed against the parameters of the planning scheme. They don't probably care about the submissions or care about it too much at all, really. They just care about whether it complies. And I get this, it doesn't comply with the codes, but we're a performance-based planning scheme, so that doesn't overly matter. It's whether the overall performance can be achieved. from my take on this, I think it does probably push the limits of density. There probably is some good reasoning behind why the community is not supportive of it. My concerns would be is what it's going to cost us to push some small boundaries, because there's probably no great reasons, planning reasons why it can be ultimately refused end of the day. So I'll probably leave my comments as broad as that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Can I ask a question, Chair?
Please, Councillor.
Just to the officers, the idea of the developers going to the Planning Environment Court, taking legal action, costing council money if we don't approve the development. Is it a possibility that the submitters, for example, could put a counterclaim in, for want of a better term, to the Planning and Environment Court? I don't know whether they can include council's decision in that. I'm unsure of that, but I would imagine with 550 people very strongly opposed to the development, not approving the development is not going to be the end of the matter either from the community perspective. So can I just get clarification about how that works? And the other comment made that there doesn't seem to be very strong planning reasons for not approving. My understanding is there has been precedents, not in the not too distant past, in the Planning and Environment Court, where there have been some of these type of developments overturned by the Planning and Environment Court, where the developer's gone and the Planning and Development Court has not allowed the development to go ahead. Is that correct? So probably two questions. Sorry, I should probably keep them separate.
Through the chair, for the first question, under the Planning Act, there are appeal provisions that apply to all development applications that are impact accessible. In this instance, there would be, I suppose, 4 potential parties to an appeal for an application like this: the State Assessment Referral Agency, Council, the community, i.e. the properly made submitters, that is, and of course the applicant themselves. So they are able to join an appeal and provide their reasons to that as part of the application process following a decision. As far as the second question is concerned, the matters that have been provided in option 2 are, I suppose, the planning grounds for a reason to go against the original recommendation, which do indicate, as have been indicated in the report, that there are non-compliances with the planning scheme. So that's been identified in the officer's report, which led to the initial recommendation and then extrapolated for option 2.
Thank you.
Anyone wishing to talk for the motion? I will actually take the... Yeah, Councillor.
Question, please.
Please.
Mayor, it was in regard to the letter that we got from the medical centre, and it seems a bit strange. I just refer to my own situation here, or our own situation in this area, where we've got started off with a doctor's surgery with one person, and now there's certainly 10, and I think there might be even 12 doctors there now. That's only 15 minutes from my home, and I just can't get my head around why doctors wouldn't be going to the mountain given the average age of the population and everything else. And I know it's not irrelevant what they're saying, and I can only, whether they were pressured or whatever, don't know, to say these things, but if it's correct, it's a pretty sad state of affairs. But I just wonder if anyone can shed light on that, why it would be what it is there.
Scared of heights, Councillor? Not at all. I've got Councillor Hay on hand to address your question.
Thank you, Chair. Everyone in the room probably remembers the issue with the Commonwealth Government with the modified Monash model reassignment of Tamborine Mountain to level 1, which makes Tamborine Mountain the equivalent of Brisbane and the Gold Coast as far as subsidies and attracting rural doctors and trainees, or whatever they are, registrars. Once we changed from, I think we were level 3, which attracted all sorts of subsidies and got a very high turnover of doctors who came out for the experience, experience of working in a semi-rural area. Once we changed to modified Monash level, model level 1, and we were then designated as an urban area, the same as Brisbane and the Gold Coast, all the subsidies disappeared, and at that point the number of doctors started to decline. The medical facility, brand new built medical facility at Eagle Heights, for example, now is not a medical centre. And the other one remaining doctor on the mountain had 1.5 doctors until recently. He's now down to 1 doctor and a receptionist. So it's not just the Tamborine Mountain medical practice that can't attract anyone, it's all of Tamborine Mountain cannot attract a doctor. Largely thanks to the Commonwealth Government. I know Scott Buckholz went into bat to try to get that reversed with no success. So it is what it is and we're stuck with it.
We are, and we have been, and do continue to advocate that position. And Scott Buckholz, our Member of Parliament in the seat of Right, has been greatly supportive in that matter. And we continue to do a lot of work in that space with the directors of Rosalind Lodge. Councillor McInnes, that addresses your question.
Yeah, it just seems strange to me, and we're not that the surgery is only a quarter of an hour from the centre of Ipswich where we are, but maybe they're classified as being country. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's the explanation, and just seemed a strange one to me. But yeah,
you are
the explanation,
and you are as part of Westmoreton Health. Thank you. If I may, I will speak for the motion very, very briefly because I think everything is covered. But I just want to emphasise it doesn't meet the requirements in terms of density. I think there is considerable concern around infrastructure impact, particularly regards to the not properly assessed traffic conditions and including Main Street. I'm extremely concerned about the challenging prevailing services on Tamborine Mountain that are already overstretched. And the product in itself, according to the growth management strategy, there is an indication that Tamborine Mountain is in need of retirement and aged care type product. This, as an over 55s facility, is not the product that is being addressed and doesn't bring the services that are required for Tamborine Mountain. So it fails the needs of the growth management strategy in my viewpoint, and no doubt the product would suit certain areas. I do not believe it is in any way compatible, and I do not believe that I think matters in terms of our budget that we budget for every year, which includes legal proceedings, that can always be reviewed and is transparent to the constituency for consideration in terms of the performance of those legal outcomes. And any speculation on terms of what might or may not be conditioned through a legal process is really not defined well enough for consideration in terms of this specific application. Is there anyone wishing to talk against the motion? With that said, I now give the opportunity for Councillor Hay to sum up in less than 5 minutes.
I'll do my best. Thank you, Chair. Firstly, whether or not a decision is likely to be appealed is not a planning consideration. That's outside the planning assessment process entirely, and I have it on really reasonably good authority that whether this is approved or refused, it's going to end up in court. So there will be court costs no matter which way we go. I'd just like to, in closing, state that the planners have put forward 7 relevant matters that they've presented which they consider override the deficiencies against the planning scheme. Now, some of these are not really reasons why the development should exist. They are reasons why the development might be manageable if it exists, such as bushfire and environmental impacts and so on. nowhere in the growth management strategy is density or numbers of dwelling mentioned, and this is a very big shortcoming in our growth management strategy, which I believe should be immediately addressed, and we are able to review that document, and we should do so. Now, to the best of my knowledge, the portion that relates to retirement villages and encouraging them on Tamborine Mountain in the growth management strategy has never progressed to a state interest review. Is that correct? Right, okay. So this section relating to Tamborine Mountain and the encouragement of retirement facilities hasn't made it to the status of a statutory document, whereas the planning scheme is the statutory document under which we must assess planning matters. So to override the planning scheme with a non-statutory document, even though it is expressing an anticipation of what we might see in the region, it was done in the previous term of council, which only encompassed Councillor Chalk and Councillor McGuinness. The rest of us weren't here for that. It may have ended up differently. If you look at the discussions, I think it was in December 2024, no, sorry, it might have been December 2025, there were some suggestions made that any application going forward under the growth management strategy for these types of developments had to be a combined development of both a retirement facility and an aged care facility. And as someone has said, you cannot age in place if you create a funnel with more and more people coming in. For example, 141 dwellings, which is a lot more than that in people numbers. You are then creating a funnel into our one Roslyn Lodge, which has already got a long waiting list, and you actually have to wait till someone dies to get a spot. So how fair is that on the rest of the existing community? If you go back to one of the peer reviews actually mentions that it is unlikely that the people buying these buildings, dwellings, are going to be drawn from Tamborine Mountain or the catchment area. And there are large numbers mentioned in the peer review that say anything up to, I think it's in excess of 500 extra residents could end up on the mountain, because you cannot condition who buys those properties. So whilst the developer said in the 3 public sessions that were held that the large number of buyers of these properties would come from on the mountain or within the catchment area, that is not actually enforceable. So if someone from the Gold Coast wants to buy one, no one's going to say, no, sorry, you're not an existing resident. So I suggest everyone should read the peer review documents. They are very enlightening. The growth management strategy hasn't been adopted yet in relation to retirement villages or facilities on Tamborine Mountain. And there's no mention of affordable housing either. And let's be honest, these are not targeted at affordable housing for older people. These are going to be high-end, high-spec dwellings. There's a lot to go through, but I'll just finish on, I think it was the CRED peer review identified the shortcomings of the social impact assessment on page 39, and it talks about the target market. Relevant matter number 6, the consistency with the prevailing residential character. How this point could be argued defies logic. On page 133, in order to consider the level of consistency of the subject proposal with the prevailing residential character of the area, an analysis has been conducted of the 3 localities located in direct proximity to the subject site as displayed in figure 27. For anyone who hasn't seen figure 27, it identifies the surrounding area around the avocado orchard, and the table is on page 134, which goes through the comparison of the proposed development with those 3 other locations. The same report describes the surrounding areas as predominantly single detached dwellings with large lots, substantial landscaping and informal rural style road infrastructure. So if we turn to page 172 of the agenda, the officer's conflicting comments against the assessment against purpose of the code in section D says, and I quote, "However, despite these attributes, the proposed development does not complement the surrounding built form in terms of density and spatial arrangement. The concentration of dwellings within the developable portion of the site results in a pattern that is more compact than typically expected in a rural residential setting. This undermines the semi-rural character and spaciousness that Section D of the Code seeks to preserve. The density does not reflect the prevailing development pattern in the locality and detracts from the intended rural residential character."
Are you happy to sum it up there, councillor?
Not really, but I guess I have to.
Thank you. Without further, I put the motion to the members. Those in favour?
In favour, Mayor.
In favour? Motion carried unanimously, thank you. After that, quite a long motion, I think we may just adjourn for a comfort stop if we may. So could I call for a motion to adjourn? Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move the
Rest for the
motion
next one.
that council adjourn 15 minutes.
On the half hour, yeah, we will look to return on the half hour.
Return on the half hour, so.
Seconder?
Yes.
Councillor Sanders, those in favour? Councillor McInnes?
Yes.
Thank you,
Yes,
motion
fine.
carried. Thank you and we'll return shortly. Thank you and welcome back. Could I have a motion to resume? Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I move a motion that the ordinary meeting resume.
Seconded by Councillor Sanders. Those in favour? Councillor McInnes.
In favour.
Thank you. No, not at all. Thank you, Councillor. And I now call upon Councillor Hay to introduce item 11.6.
Thank you, Chair. I introduce item 11.6, MCU 24/174, development permit for a material change of use for a retirement facility located at 24 to 34 McDonald Road, Tamborine Mountain, described as Lot 16, RP 32167. And I take the report as read. By way of introduction, this is an application for a material change of use for a retirement facility, 59 dwellings and associated communal facilities, internal roads, car parking and landscaping. Subject site is located in the rural residential zone and as a retirement facility is impact accessible based on the proposed use not being listed in table 5.5.16.1 rural residential zone where no precinct applies. That is, it is not a consistent or potentially consistent use. It is brought to council for a vote. It's also of higher density and dwelling numbers than the existing Eagle Brook development at Cook Street and the Carpo de Monte development on Carpo Lane. So I'll go straight to the motion, which is option 2. 1. Council receive and note the report titled MCU 24/174, development permit for a material change of use for a retirement facility, 59 dwellings, 24 to 34 McDonald Road, Tamborine Mountain, Lot 16 on RP 32167. 2. Council refused development application MCU 24/174 based on the proposed development's conflicts with the local categorising instrument Scenic Rim Planning Scheme 2020 as amended 30 June 2023, detailed as follows. A. The proposed development conflicts with section 3.4 communities and character of the strategic framework. B. The proposed development conflicts with the purpose and overall outcomes of the Rural Residential Zone Code, section 6.2.16.2. 3. Council does not consider that relevant matters possess sufficient weight to warrant approval of the development application.
Thank you, Councillor. Seconded to the motion. Councillor Moriarty. Thank you. Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to raise or put forward a similar procedural motion that Council receive and table the email to all councillors from the Tamborine Mountain Medical Practice dated the 20th of August 2026 and included in the minutes of this ordinary meeting.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll put that to the members. Those in favour? Councillor McInnes, in favour, carried unanimously. Councillor Hay.
Okay. Is it sufficient to note that we've already read this out in the previous item, or do I need to read it again?
I'm seeking advice, Councillor. No need, thank you.
Sorry.
No need?
Through you, Ms Mayor, if you could read it out, that would be good because this applies to this matter.
Okay. Thank you, CEO. It reads, and this is from Tamborine Mountain Medical Practice, I'm writing to you to give some background information as to why we at Tamborine Mountain Medical Practice are opposed to multi-dwelling developments on Kidd Street and McDonald Road on Tamborine Mountain. TMMP provide the majority of care to the community on the mountain. We are the only practice that takes new patients and has an after-hours service. This year we have had 2 doctors leave our practice and we have recently been informed that one of the 2 doctors at Eagle Heights Medical Centre has also left. Since then, we have seen an increase in new patients calling for appointments to our practice. We also regularly get calls from patients from Eagle Heights, Tamborine Village and Canungra for appointments for specialised services we provide that none of the other medical practices do. An increase in population of patients in a demographic that traditionally needs higher care could see us having to make the difficult decision to close our books to new patients altogether, as it gets increasingly difficult for current patients of our practice to get appointments, and the real risk that we are unable to attract new doctors to fill vacancies. Right, okay. I'll just speak to the motion. The proposed development has not demonstrated compliance with the relevant codes nor parts of the strategic framework of the Scenic Rim Planning Scheme 2020, and instead relies on consideration and addressing of relevant matters as stipulated in the Planning Act 2016 to justify support of the proposal, with Council's officers recommending approval based on the application of a broad planning discretion. I'll focus on 4 main areas. 1, the non-compliance with aspects of the planning scheme. 2, social impacts, medical facilities, infrastructure, swimming pool, etc. 3, the submitters, and 4, the assessment of other relevant matters and weight afforded to these, such as they override the planning scheme. Non-compliance with the planning scheme on page 233, section 3.4, communities and character. The proposal conflicts with aspects of this part of the strategic framework based on the land use being classified as inconsistent land use. Compliance with the rural residential zone. The proposal conflicts with the overall outcomes in the following manner. The development does not reflect a scale and form that is considered to facilitate low density residential living on the site, section 2A. The development proposes a retirement facility land use, which is an inconsistent land use in this zone, section 2B. The development does not reflect a development outcome that promotes a very low density residential environment, nor do the site's natural landscape features and environmental values prevail over the built form, section 2C, and the development is not small scale, section 2D. Based on the proposal conflicting with sections A, B, C and D of the purpose of the Rural Residential Zone Code, there was an assessment conducted against the strategic framework. Compliance with the Medium Density Residential Uses Code. The proposal conflicts with the acceptable outcomes and performance outcomes, specifically based on the building design and the scale not being compatible and integrated with the intended character of the area. Again, this facility does not provide any parking whatsoever for recreational vehicles that may belong to the residents of that development should it proceed. It should be noted that there are absolutely no sports or outdoor activity designated areas whatsoever in this development. There are houses located in very close proximity and a small community centre, but no sporting facilities are provided at all. This will put an additional demand on existing council infrastructure such as parks, sports fields and the local 25-metre local swimming pool, which is already apparently at capacity. It's stated that it's proposed to be in a location in close proximity to medical centres, and there was a site context diagram provided at page 223 which shows Area 4, Eagle Heights Medical Centre, which has now only got 1 doctor. Area 5, Mountain Medical Centre, it's no longer operating, it closed down at I think 2025, and Area 11, Tamborine Mountain Medical Practice, 2 doctors have left in 2026, and the practice is unable to attract new doctors. Okay, now in the proposed Condition 8, Development of Social Impact Management Plan, requires a plan to be developed sometime in the future, that is after the proposed development is approved. Given the difficulty the Tamborine Mountain Medical Practice has experienced in attracting new doctors to its practice since the reclassification of the area to modified Monash Model Level 1, there's no guarantee the applicant could in fact comply with the requirement to A, ensure that the owner of the site and the operator of the facility provide health services on site to support residents' needs in the case that these services are not reasonably available in the local area, particularly where health services are not defined. It's quite concerning that on page 249, which outlines impacts on local services and facilities, and the need for key health services, which is identified in the social impact assessment. It's identified that the social impact assessment does not contain any analysis of the existing capacity of services and spaces in the local and regional catchment. As such, it's not possible to determine the scale and impact on existing community infrastructure. I think this is a significant shortcoming.
1 minute to go, Councillor.
Okay. The proposal conflicts with the code, the Compliance and Medium Density Residential Uses Code, and there were 125 properly made submissions, all of which provided strong objection and no submissions in support of the application in its proposed form. The submitters are almost entirely from the immediate surrounding area, that is 120 of those 125 or 96% of the submissions were from within Division 1, which is an immediate locality. I won't go to their concerns. Virtually no weight was given to the submissions, unfortunately, in my opinion, and I'll leave it at that and pick up further on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions arising? With that, anyone, Councillor McInnes, any questions? Do we have Councillor McInnes?
Get there, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, not at this point of time, no.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? And is there anyone wishing to speak to the motion, either for or against? With that said, Councillor Hay, we'll leave you to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. Again, the planning officers placed a great deal of importance on the growth management strategy, which, as I said previously, is not a statutory document. It's not yet been adopted into our planning scheme, so it has less weight than the planning scheme, in my opinion. There is a comment in the report which reads, given that the subject development site is specifically named by Council's own strategic growth management document as a site where this land use is encouraged, this attracts significant weight towards approval, weight that can overcome any inconsistency with the proposal against the planning scheme and any other assessment benchmarks articulating land use suitability. I do challenge that statement. I don't believe that that is correct. As I said, the planning scheme amendment package number 8 has not yet progressed to a state interest review for incorporation into the planning scheme, and that was discussed at the Council's ordinary meeting of the 18th of December 2024 with a view to having any applications made for such facilities on the mountain to be combined application of a retirement facility and an aged care facility. Again, if we approve standalone retirement facilities with no aged care facilities, we're creating a funnel where more people go in the bottom and less people come out the bottom. They go in the top and don't come out the bottom. We've got Roslyn Lodge, which has a long waiting list, and we have no other proposed retirement villages with an aged care facility on the horizon. So I just find that the impact that introducing another age cohort to the mountain will have on the impacting medical facilities is a significant reason to refuse the application on its own without any other considerations. Again, there were peer reviews of the economic needs, and as I've said previously, there were some issues raised there about what's really a retirement village and what's a lifestyle village. This one was deemed to be a retirement village, even though it has less facilities than the Kidd Street facility. And again, there's no analysis of the existing capacity of services, which makes it hard to judge what the impact is on existing community infrastructure, let alone future impact on our infrastructure if this goes ahead. Okay, on page 250, based on the feedback provided by Cred Consulting in the supplied peer review, it is the office's view that social impacts may be experienced in the local area, specifically potential social impacts of the proposal that may be exacerbated during the operation of the subject proposal are raised and discussed as follows. One is access to health services. It's mentioned that the community is serviced by an array of local health services of varying levels of supply. Current levels of service in gaining access may be impacted in the case of the residents. In the circumstance, additional service offerings are not provided in the local area. Okay, what else? It is reasonable to expect for the operational retirement facility to provide such services within their communal lifestyle centre, which has, I think, a consulting room, in the form of casual and as-needed engagement of health specialists to exclusively service their residents. Lastly, I'll mention there's an aerial photo on page 224 which shows the Cook Road Village, and figure 16 is an aerial photo which shows, or tries to show, in order to consider the level of consistency of the subject proposal with the prevailing residential character of the area, an analysis has been conducted on 3 localities located in direct proximity to the subject site as displayed in figure 16. The officer's comment is that examining the subject proposal's development footprint and its interaction with surrounding properties, it is considered that the proposed development's form, in the form of detached single-storey villas, is considered to generally be consistent with the prevailing residential, low-density residential and rural residential character of the area. I do not know how you could draw that conclusion from that diagram or the analysis. I think I'll leave it there. I've got a lot more, but I think I've said enough. Thank you.
You did it under 5 minutes, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that said, I'll put it to the members. Those in favour of the motion? And those against the motion?
Against.
Against. Motion carried.
Division.
Call for a division. In favour with the Mayor, Councillors, Division 1, 2 and 3. Against Divisions 4, 5 and 6. Now move on to item 11.7 and call upon Councillor Chalk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll introduce report 11.7, which is the Waste Collection Service Review of Council Policy CP 00040. I'll take the report as being read and I'll move the following motion that 1, Council adopt the revised Waste Collection Service Policy CP 00040 to incorporate provisions that support residents undergoing home-based medical treatment by providing a free general waste collection service. And 2, Council delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer in accordance with Section 2571 of the Local Government Act 2009 to apply medical exemptions under the Section 435 of the Waste Collection Services Policy CP 00040.
Thank you. Seconded to the motion, Councillor Hay. Councillor Chalk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the last meeting, or maybe the one before, we actually voted in favour of providing a resident this service for their treatment, medical treatment. So this is just the extension to that, the change of policy, so that next time it can be dealt with administratively through the council. I think it's a worthwhile cause for people going through this. It's the least we can do to help them through it if we can. So I recommend it to the members. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Anyone wishing to talk for or against the motion? Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I'll speak for the motion. As outlined by Councillor Chalk, I think this is a good step for council when there are people in need in the community and have, particular medical conditions that require extra waste service. I think it's the good and right thing for council to do, and commend the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McInnes.
Nothing to add, Mayor. It's a great idea.
Thanks. Thank you for that. Councillor Chalk, sum up?
Nothing further, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
I put it to the members. Those in favour? Councillor McInnes?
Favour.
Thank you. Carried unanimously, as it should have been. Now, call upon Councillor Moriarty to introduce item 11.8.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce item 11.8, the annual sole suppliers and specialist suppliers. I'll take the report as read and move the motion as presented. The Council approved the sole supplier and specialised supplier register to the current for the current financial year, and 2, Council support the application of procurement exceptions under sections 235A and 235B of the Local Government Regulation 2012.
Thank you, Councillor. Seconded to the motion. Councillor Cryer. Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I just recognise that this motion is to do with sole supplier and specialised supplier register that council maintains. It's obviously there are some services and some things that council undertake that it would be cost prohibitive or certainly not economically viable to go out to tender for due to the nature of the service that's being requested. I'm fairly confident on the information that was provided during the briefing on this matter that all of those that are on the list are worthy of being on the list, and I'm sure if there are people that who have concerns, we'll find out about it at some point in the future. But there are a number of businesses and suppliers on that list, which is practically impossible for councillors to know all of them or be across all of them. So we'll take the report as it is presented and happy to support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the report, against the motion? Councillor McInnes?
Favour.
In favour. Councillor Moriarty, anything further?
No, thank you, Chair.
I put it to the members. Those in favour? Motion carried.
Yes, in favour.
Thank you, Councillor. Motion carried unanimously. Moving to item 11.9 and call upon Councillor Chalk.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I'll introduce report 11.9, which is Audit and Risk Committee meeting held on the 18th of June 2026. I'll take the report as read and the other documents provided, and I'll move the following motion that Council note the report to Council on the Audit and Risk Committee meeting held on 18th of June 2026.
Seconder, Councillor Sanders. Councillor Chalk.
Look, I've got nothing to add unless there's questions about the report itself, so thank you.
Questions, councillors? Councillor McInnes?
No questions, Mayor.
Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Chalk, nothing further?
Nothing further, thank you.
I'll put it to the members. Those in favour? Councillor McInnes?
In favour.
Carried
Favour.
unanimously. Thank you. Councillor McInnes, you're happy to introduce item 11.10?
Yes, I can, Mayor. Yes. 11.10, late item, end of year close down period 2026-2027. And then straight to the recommendation. Council endorsed council offices, including customer services and community engagement, be closed from 3 p.m. on Thursday, the 24th of December 2026, reopening on Monday, 4th of January 2027. 2, council endorsed council's libraries to be closed from 3 p.m. on Thursday, the 24th of December 2026, reopening on Wednesday, 6th of January 2027, with employees returning to work on Monday, 4th of January 2027. 3, council endorsed council's community centres be closed from 3 p.m. on Thursday, 24th of December 2026, reopening on Monday, 4th of January 2027. 5, council endorsed council's operational works, including depots, be closed from 3 p.m. on Friday, 18th of December 2026, reopening on Monday, 4th of January 2027. 6, council endorsed council's waste and landfill facilities remain open during the close down period except for Christmas Day, Friday, 25th of December 2026. And 7, council endorsed the Chief Executive Officer to advertise the closure and the relevant contact details for customer requests over this period. I so move, Mayor.
Councillor McInnes, could you just read out number 4? It was missed on the list.
I thought it was up above there. I thought I did, and then it was down on the bottom too. But council endorsed council's cultural centres. I'm sure I did actually. Burner and Bay Desert be closed from 3 p.m. on Thursday, 24th of December 2026, reopening on Monday, 11th of January 2027, with employees returning to work on Monday, 4th of January 2027.
Thank you. Just in case, we've got it covered, councillor. Could I get a second to the motion? Councillor Sanders. Councillor McInnes.
Yeah, I really haven't got in it. This is pretty well the standard situation. There's a slight variation to it, depending where the weekends fall, Mayor, but I think people are used to this situation, and I think we look after the community fairly well by doing what we're doing here and giving our staff a reasonable break. Then nothing more to add.
Thank you, councillor. No questions. No one wishing to talk against the motion. Nothing further, councillor. I put it to the members. Those in favour?
In favour.
Carried unanimously. Thank you. Call upon councillor Moriarty to introduce item 1111.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce item 1111. It's a late item, Local Government Association of Queensland 130th Annual Conference 2026. I'll take the report as read. I'm introducing an amended motion, Chair. I did flag this with councillors on Monday and seek feedback from councillors, some of which I did receive feedback from, but I'm going to present the amended motion first for discussion, and then if we need to, we can go back to the original motion. But I'll move the motion that Council note that the Local Government Association of Queensland's 130th Annual Conference be held in Cairns from the 19th to the 21st of October 2026. 2, Council note that having paid the 2026 Annual Conference levy of $3,520 GST inclusive, 2 delegates of council are entitled to vote. Council authorise interested councillors to attend and authorise payment of 50% of all reasonable costs incurred by the attendees in relation to attendance at this event, including travel, accommodation and incidentals, noting that the estimated cost of attendance is $3,430 GST inclusive per person, and council's councillor expense and reimbursement policy be brought to a strategy workshop for discussion and review prior to the 2027 calendar year.
Thank you, councillor. Is there a seconder to the motion? Councillor Hay. Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. As mentioned, I did flag the amendment and the possibility. The original motion was for a maximum of 2 councillors to attend, which I'd assume would be the 2 delegates. Those 2 councillors would be the 2 delegates of council who would be entitled to vote. I did think there may be other councillors that might be interested in attending, and I did send an email around on Monday just asking for expressions of interest, noting that I got responses from Councillor Hay, who said she would like to attend and is happy to pay 50% of the costs incurred, as myself am also willing to do. Councillor Sanders' feedback was not intending to attend, but didn't believe councillors should have to pay or contribute to the cost. Councillor McInnes responded saying that he was didn't indicate whether he was intending to attend or not, but just said that while he could afford to attend, he didn't believe that councillors should be contributing to the cost of attending the conference. And I apologise, I'm assuming I've got that right. If I've misinterpreted anything there, councillors, feel free. I didn't receive a response from Councillor Chalk or Councillor Cryer. I guess the rationale is the last 2 conference items that have come up to council have been somewhat contentious, and there's been quite a bit of debate. And the reason for point 4 of the motion is that I think it's time to have a look at the expenses and reimbursement policy and review before the 2027 calendar year, because I think we can potentially do a little bit better in planning for the conferences throughout the year and which councils are going to attend and how it's all funded. I do note the policy states that councils are entitled to compensation for reasonable expenses in attending conferences and workshops and all manner of other things. And I guess work comes down to what is a reasonable expense and whether it's appropriate for councillors to be supplemented 100% for all expenses related to their council work, or whether it's appropriate for councils to bear some of the cost. And that's a discussion we can have at a later date, but at the moment I've just got the motion before us for discussion, and we'll see where it lands. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there anyone wishing, or any questions? Councillor McInnes.
As Councillor Moriarty indicated, I don't believe this is right. I don't know of any councillor that does this. Stand to be corrected on that, but very few, if any, and I just don't think it's it's part of our package that, and as I pointed out, can I afford it? Yes, I can. I don't think we should be asking people, though, to actually put their hand in their pocket to go along to something that's probably integral part of and the best mixing part of dealing with other councillors and learning from other councils and councillors how they operate and trying to improve ourselves. And I think it's part of our package, and it's a right policy to have that we've had in the past. And I think there were, in my opinion, it was some games getting played for the ALGA conference, and it was a bit unfortunate, and that's people's, they have to live with those sort of things. But it didn't look good for council at all by how that was played out in the public forum.
I take that as talking against the motion. Councillor McInnes?
No, yes.
Thank you.
Talking against the motion.
Thank you.
I was very keen on the original motion that was put forward, where where it is compensated for any costs involved in going to the conference, and it's been open that not that every councillor attended every time, but the big majority of councillors did, and it was a, as I say, a good mixing part for those people to learn from other councils.
Thank you, councillor. Is there anyone wishing to talk for the motion?
Chair, I'm happy to speak for the motion again, but more so just to point out the fact if the two... Oh, sorry. No, it
Yeah.
wasn't. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. I'll leave it to my wrap up. It's all good.
I have a question.
Please, councillor.
With section number 3, to attend an authorised payment of 50% for a councillor to pay 50%, does this not now take it into a non-level playing field in the fact that all councillors are encouraged to undertake relevant professional development as part of their role? And this, to me, puts it into an unlevel playing field. Is it? Do you consider the same, that it would be an unlevel playing field? That's my question.
Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Cryer. I'm not sure how it becomes unlevel.
Sorry, one moment, councillor Sanders. Sorry, councillor. I'll give you a second, councillor Murray. Councillor Sanders, are you?
Yeah, I'm just wondering why the proposer of the motion is answering the question, but no, I'm not quite sure. Can I just ask Councillor Cryer if she can confirm? Are you saying that you're changing, because the motion is changing what's in the policy, it's not a level playing field because you wouldn't be able to afford it? Is that what the question is? I'm just just clarify that for me, please.
Yes, I think that it may or it may not limit the opportunity for the councillor to attend irrespective of their financial position, which is, you know, you're actually asking them to now divulge their financial position through this motion, and to it therefore puts it into an unfair, like it's not an equal opportunity anymore.
Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Cryer. I'll just make a comment that the original motion was for a maximum of 2 councillors to attend, which denies the other 5, apologies, for the other 5 to actually attend. I thought this motion was more actually fair and equitable for everyone because it allows those who may not be the 2 to still have at least have an option to go if they're willing to contribute to the cost. So noting that the 2 voting delegates, the cost is only $1,880 to councillors, not the $3,430 that's quoted, because they are already, it's part of our conference levy. If 2 councillors go, the total cost to council was $1,880 per person. The additional cost for additional councillors would be $3,430. So depending on how many councillors go, if it's less than 5 extra observers, I think the fee actually goes up a little bit more. The proposal I sent around on Monday was that actually, if extra councillors wanted to go, that the saving from the two delegates, the 1880, be combined with the extra cost of the observers going and actually be averaged out, which would further reduce the cost to the extra councillors wanting to go. So I know that's all a bit convoluted, but I believe my maths is correct.
Thanks for making that clear, councillor. I think to help expedite the matter, it may be worthwhile to see if there's an indication from the members of how many interested councillors we wish to attend.
Well, could I propose that we just probably suspend standing orders and just have everyone have their opinion on this matter, because
we can, but if we could just get an indication of how many that wish to attend. It was, as Councillor McInnes pointed out, he was very happy with the original motion. If we've got no one wanting to attend, it becomes a moot point.
Well, not necessarily, because proposing a change to a policy position, and we all have a perspective on that. Kerry's already pointed out a perspective of unfairness,
Which Councillor Moriarty then replied and explained his position if it was more than 2. So if it goes back to the original motion, because there is an interest and reason why there is an interest for the because he's put up a motion based on 2+, which doesn't exist, it makes that somewhat mute. Is that correct, Councillor Moriarty?
Well, the original motion doesn't necessarily have to be tabled either. So it'd just be an alternative motion if this one would fail. So up to you, but I'd like to have an opportunity to give my opinion on the matter, that's all.
I would too, if that would work.
Well, we can do that. Can we find out in the room, just very quickly, indication of hands who's interested in attending? 3. Councillor McInnes?
Yes, I'd be attending then.
So we have 4 interested attendees. Okay, can I turn to...
Mr Mayor, you're not going?
Not at this juncture. Can I look to those that... Councillor Sanders, you wish to make a
Yeah, just an observation, Mr Mayor. In 2024 and 2025, the motion just was 1, 2 and 3. 1, that they note. 2, that the Mayor and Deputy Mayor be nominated as the delegates and the councillors be endorsed as observers. And 3, Council authorise the payment as per the policy of the normal expenses. I'd like to see an amendment to go back to that, and then, anybody that wants to go can go, and of course you've got to be aware of where your budget is, of course you do, but I just don't understand why we have to put all of these limitations on everything. That's 2004 and 2025 had a motion that was very, very simple. We just seem to be controlling something that we need to do as in our jobs.
Councillor, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, no, I don't agree in principle with this motion. As Councillor Cry rightly pointed out, I think it just doesn't seem right to have to fund for this. I'd hate to see the situation in future years that councillors missed out on doing these sorts of things and learning the job and getting valuable experience because of their financial situation. The councillor role is not a high-paid role. It's semi-part-time and it's supposed to be, but we all know that it's probably not. It pushes you further than that. So I think something that I think is integral to your role as councillor to learn the job really thoroughly and make really important big decisions. This is a relatively small investment the community makes in achieving that. While people around this room may have the financial capacity to pay, I don't believe it's the right thing to do to put that impulse on people that we may not have that capacity. Like I'm doing this year, I'm not going to attend. I've only attended 2 at the Gold Coast because they're relatively cheap, and I've attended 1 in Cairns. There were specific reasons why I wanted to attend that one around building a sports policy, and that was due, and we organised things around waste. So there was particular things that I went on that one on purpose. So I think we've all been quite fair over my time in council that people pick and choose what they're going to do. And artificially making restrictions on that I don't think is the right way to go, because there could be a need at times for a whole council to go together to do networking and formulate good understanding about policies and stuff. So at this point in time, if this fails, I'll be recommending we go back to an old motion, which is Jennifer suggested before, that any eligible council wishing to go can. Thank you.
Anyone wishing to talk for or against on the motion in sequence has a bit out. Councillor Hay, nothing. Councillor Cryer. Councillor Moriarty.
I'm wrapping up, Chief, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, no, thank you for the opportunity and thank you to the councillors for all their feedback and their input. There's obviously a range of views within the room about the way forward. And for me, the point 4, whatever motion comes up, I would still like councillor expenses and reimbursement policy to be brought to a strategy workshop for discussion and review before the start of next calendar year, because it seems, and it's not, possibly not a misconception, it might be just standard practice, but the term reasonable expenses does not mean necessarily 100% of every activity undertaken by a councillor. So I just think there needs to be some clarity, and to be perfectly honest, I think part of the issue is in the planning for the year ahead about what conferences we know are coming up. There'll always be things that have come up during the year that some councillors may wish to attend, but I think we could do a lot better at planning and having potentially a rotational system and, you know, just a better system of dealing with it, so that the impost on the ratepayer of attendance and conferences and the like is you know, limited to a fair and reasonable amount. Personally, I don't have a problem whether it's 50% or a certain percent, or whether, you know, if you're going to an interstate conference, the council pays for the airfares, cost of travel. It doesn't really worry me. I'm not too much worried about it, but I'll present the motion as it stands for voting, and then we can move on from there. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask a question just as a point of clarity, please, just to make sure I understand? So when we vote on this motion in the way that it is, if we actually vote this down, are we going to have another motion?
We've got a motion on the table that we refer to back to, councillor.
Yeah, so...
That'll be put by councillor Moriarty.
Yeah, so if that votes down, are we going to do got an amended motion? Is that what it is?
Councillor Moriarty's moved his motion, and if it's defeated, then I'll propose the alternative motion. So I'll be proposing alternative if it's defeated.
Let's get through this motion.
Okay.
I put it to the members. Those in favour? Those against? Councillor McInnes? All right. Could we call for a division? Motion defeated.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
In favour were Councillor Hay and Councillor Moriarty. Against Khmer, Councillor Cryer, Sanders, Chalk and McInnes. Thank you. If we could just take one moment.
Yep.
Question for you. If we were so returning to the original motion.
Well, there was no, the original motion.
Because it was never put.
Was
That's right.
Councillor Moriarty's.
Yeah, okay, that's right. That's
If
what
you're talking about the recommendation.
that's what I was,
Go on the screen.
that's where I was.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Chalk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My proposed motion would be that one, council note that the Local Government Association of Queensland's 130th annual conference will be held in Cairns from 19th to the 21st of October 2026. Two, council note that wait a second. Yeah, right. And two, the mayor and deputy mayor be nominated as council delegates at the conference, and councillors be endorsed as observers. And three.
Give me 1 second. Nominated as delegates at the conference.
Just observe it, just says endorsed as...
And councillors be endorsed as observers. What are we up to? And three, council authorise payment of all reasonable costs incurred by the attendee / attendees in relation to attendance at this event, including travel, accommodation, incidentals, noting the estimated cost of attendance per person is $3,430 GST inclusive.
Chair, can I just, as I mentioned, can we, Councillor Chalk, are you happy to add point 4 that we review the policy and have a discussion before the end of the calendar year?
Yes, that's fine. We can always review policies. So.
Should it not include interested councillors?
Paragraph 2, councillor? Yep. So interested councillors.
Yes.
Happy with that?
Yeah. I'm not happy with it, but we'll run with it.
So, through you, Mr Mayor, last time there was quite a bit of criticism about not putting the names of the councillors down.
Yeah.
It may be appropriate to put the names of the councillors down that have indicated they're attending.
And I don't know if it needs to be amended, but I'm still intending to pay 50% of my attendance fees and quite happy to do that. I think that's fair and reasonable. And the only other thing is the cost will actually, I believe, with the number of councillors who are attending, we don't meet the 5 observer threshold, and the cost per extra attendee does go up. But I can't remember exactly, I didn't bring my notes exactly how much it is, so that, sorry.
It does say estimate.
No, it'll go up. That cost of 3,430. The cost will actually be more than 3,000. Oh, no, not on balance, because the two voting delegates are 1,880. Okay, we'll just leave it as it is. Thank you.
I think councillor Cook is assuming that you may attend, but if that's not the case, then...
If we already know that the mayor is not attending, why are we nominating him as a delegate?
Well, it's only a nomination, but if
Because he's a default delegate and he'll delegate on from there. If he's not attending, he'll delegate attendees to have voting rights.
I just think that's confusing, so I would amend number 2.
So it'll be the deputy mayor, and it'll be the mayor's delegate. I would assume you will delegate that voting authority, Mayor.
Correct.
Okay.
councillor Chua, it's your motion. So,
Sorry, through you, Mr Mayor, you've got at least 3 people who've put their hands up, and I can only find 2 people there, the mayor and the deputy mayor. Am I me? And interested councillors, I'm agreeing with that.
yeah, as observers.
But so any interested councillors, I don't want to end up in the same position as we did last time, where there was, I'll just finish, where there was debate over and over again about who and why was attending. So if it can be as clear, that would be appreciated.
So I would suggest we just name the 3 councillors. The deputy mayor's already named, and the 3 councillors, Hay, Pryor and Moriarty, be endorsed as observers. Deputy mayor's already up there.
He needs one of the others to be a delegate.
Well, the mayor can delegate, so, but
Can I just query the mayor delegation? The name tags are around the wrong way. It's hard to tell who's who in this.
oh, sorry. That was at the end of the meeting. Sorry, that had been put back. Apologies.
Just going to make sure.
And interested councillors, and then just note their names.
And councillor Chalk, you're happy with that?
Yep.
So it was
Councillor,
Moriarty? Hey, Moriarty
yep, and Cryer.
and Cryer. Sorry, councillor.
Endorsed to attend as observers. So it's clear that they're endorsed to attend.
Endorsed to attend, endorsed as attendees. More official than observers. You happy with that, councillor?
Yes, and delegates.
Well, the mayor, I don't see, the mayor would just delegate his vote to one of the attendees.
Correct.
I don't see it's a big issue.
Yeah, did you want to, your proposed change?
All mayors
Did you
delegate.
want to propose your
Sounds
change to
good.
councillor Chalk?
As long as it's covered, if it needs to be that prescriptive, it can be. Councillor Chalk, are you happy with the mayor or mayor's delegate and deputy mayor being nominated as delegates?
I'm fine with that, yes.
Might ask councillor Chalk to read.
Councillor Chalk, are you happy to read out the full motion?
Yes. Motion is that one, council note that the Local Government Association of Queensland's 130th annual conference will be held in Cairns from 19th to 21st of October 2026. Two, the mayor or mayor's delegate and deputy mayor be nominated as delegates at the Local Government Association of Queensland's 130th annual conference, and interested councillors Hay, Cryer and Moriarty be endorsed as attendees. Three, council authorise payment of all reasonable costs incurred by the attendees in relation to attendance at this event, including travel, accommodation, incidentals, noting the estimate cost of attendance is $3,430 GST inclusive per person. And four, council expenses and reimbursement policy be brought back to strategy workshop for discussion and review prior to the 2027 calendar year.
Thank you, councillor. Seconded the motion. Councillor Cryer. Councillor Chalk, anything further?
No, I'll just probably speak in support of the motion that I think is appropriate that we leave it open to attendance from all as much as we can. If councillors like myself this year, I'm choosing not to attend, which is a saving to the community. And if councillors who have the capacity to do so wish to fund a portion of their costs, then they're welcome to do so as well. But I think it's really important that we make sure that for those who don't have the capacity to do that are able to attend. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor McInnes.
No, nothing to say. Yeah.
Thank you. Nothing further, councillor Chalk? I put it to the members. Those in favour? Councillor McInnes?
In favour.
Carried unanimously. So we're now moving to item 11.12 and call upon councillor Chalk.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll introduce report 11.12, Audit and Risk Committee meeting held on 18th of August 2026. I'll take the report as read and just move the following motion that council note the report to council on the Audit and Risk Committee meeting held on the 18th of August 2026.
Thank you. Any seconded to the motion? Councillor Sanders. Councillor Chalk.
Nothing to add unless there's questions about the attachments. Thank you.
Questions from the floor? Councillor McInnes.
No, nothing from me. Thanks, man.
Nothing further? Councillor Chalk.
No, thank you, Mayor.
Put it to the members. Those in favour?
In favour.
Carried unanimously. Thank you. Turn to councillor Hay, item 11.13.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce late item 11.13, the gallery walk review. I take the report as read. I'll move straight to the motion. The motion is that council receive the finalised Agile Project Management Final Independent audit report on the Gallery Walk project and note the management responses to the report recommendations as included in attachment 1, Appendix J to this report.
Thank you, Councillor. Could I have a seconder to the motion? Councillor Sanders. Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. Previous considerations and resolutions of Council at the special meeting held on the 4th of February 2026 at item 5.1, Council considered a report on the Gallery Walk project and the required budget allocation to complete the report. Council resolved to endorse the one-off reallocation of $1.6 million to accommodate a total budget of amount of $6 million for the delivery of Gallery Walk Stage 1 off-street car parking project, funded from general revenue through the Q2 budget review 2025 to 2026, with monthly reporting to Council on project progress. An independent review of the Gallery Walk capital project was requested by the Mayor at the special meeting held on the 4th of February 2026, and the terms of reference for the review were developed before being reviewed by the Chair of the Audit and Risk Committee on the 5th of March 2026. The scope of the investigation was released through vendor panel for submissions of quotations, which remained open to the 20th of March 2026. And to maintain independence from Council officers, the Audit and Risk Committee oversaw the market engagement process, evaluation of submissions and appointment of the independent reviewer. The Chair of the Audit and Risk Committee participated as a member of the evaluation panel, and the committee also oversaw the preparation of the draft report by Agile Project Management. The draft report was presented to the Audit and Risk Committee on the 18th of June 2026 by Mr Joshua Cam of APM. Following that presentation, comments and observations from the Scenic Rim Regional Council employees were provided for APM for consideration. The Council management prepared a schedule to address each of the root causes identified in the APM report. The APM has reviewed the comments and observations provided by Council employees and has supplied responses to those matters. Amendments of facts were made to the report where required, and the Gallery Walk review has now been finalised. The management's specific responses to the recommendations contained in the final report are reflected in Appendix J, refer to Attachment 1, along with assigned timeframes. So, in line with the Mayor's assertion at a previous meeting that the report would be made public, this is putting that in action. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions? Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I will just put some context around the questions. The first questions I'll have will be for the CEO, but I just want to put some context around those. 1.3 of the root causes, section 1.3 identifies root causes of the cost blowout to the Gallery Walk car park project. And the analysis confirms that the project outcome was not the result of a single point of failure, but rather a combination of interrelated factors across planning, governance, delivery capability and organisational systems. The root causes were identified as a lack of structural upfront decision making, inconsistent cost estimation and baseline integrity, absences of integrated project controls, ineffective risk management and early warning mechanisms, partial implementation of the project management framework, limited forecasting and late escalation of issues. These root causes were amplified by contributing factors including high workload, limited resource continuity, incomplete systems and organisational change, creating an environment where cost escalation developed without effective intervention. Pardon me, my question is to the CEO. Would the CEO agree that there is a pattern of systemic failures within the Scenic Rim Regional Council that have resulted in cost blowouts in a number of projects, including the one that this report is the subject of? noting that in your message in the 25-26 budget, this project received special mention where you stated that major capital works such as Gallery Walk and Tamborine Mountain will be monitored to ensure they delivered on budget and on time.
Sorry, councillor, what's the question?
The question was, would you agree there is a pattern of systemic failures within the Scenic Regional Council that have resulted in cost blowouts in a number of projects, including this project?
Through Mr Mayor, no, I wouldn't say there's systemic failures. I think there are isolated instances of where this occurs, but not systemic. And what is being done at the moment is the recommendations of the report are being put in place. The project management framework and the project management plan has been revisited and gone back into place from there as well. So at this stage, no, I do not say systemic failures.
So I point to other projects such as the leachate problem at the landfill, the Hinchcliffe Bridge blowout, which would indicate, and I would almost guarantee if a similar investigation was done into those projects as was done for Gallery Walk, exactly the same issues would be identified as the root cause. So I'm just, I guess your comment that there's no systemic failures within the organisation possibly doesn't pass muster. But my second question is, as the CEO of the Scenic Regional Council, do you accept that you are ultimately responsible for the performance of council and overseeing the operating arm of council that resulted in the 1.6 million cost blowout to the Gallery Walk project?
Through Mr Mayor, you've asked this question a number of times. I've responded a number of times in relation to again, systemic failure. Again, project management. Do I agree? No, I don't agree. Sorry. I welcome what's been put forward in the report. I believe there's some good recommendations in the report, which staff, like an internal audit, will pick those up and follow them down the path. I believe that there were some circumstances that did not go well with Gallery Walk. They are outlined here, and they include weather, they include materials, they include a whole lot of things which the councillors will have read. For us, there's good, strong learnings that come out of what worked and what didn't work. We'll leave it there.
So,
Mr Mayor, I know that Councillor Moriarty's got lots and lots of questions, but are we doing for and against, or are we just going to have a lot of questions, are we? But it doesn't seem to be following routine, that's all.
Not sure what you mean, councillor, by
Sorry,
routine. So
procedure.
we're open. So the process is that people can talk for and against the particular motion that's before you, but it is also open to questions. Councillor Chalk.
Yes, I'm happy for Councillor Murray to ask questions, but one of them was framed as an accusation, which I didn't think was appropriate, and assuming that other projects were similar is not really appropriate, so I'll probably just ask to stick to questions.
Well, hang on, Councillor Chalk, if you're making a point of order, then draw so, but these are questions. Let's not start. If you've got a point of order to say there is an accusation, then so make it.
Yeah, well, I'll have a point of order that Councillor already gave his personal opinion about other projects. They weren't framed in a question and you didn't stop it. So I just making points.
So what's the point of order?
Because you're asking people for questions and then he added a comment. And the comment was that apparently other projects, if reported on, would have the same failures as this one. I'm aware of those two projects and it's not the case. So that accusation was false. So I was advising the councillor to stick to questions and he'll have a chance to speak to the motion at some point when you allow it, Mr Mayor.
But in the standing orders, where's your point of order? I've got to have something to rule on, that's all.
I do have a question though. Can we ask 20,
Well,
25
hang on,
questions?
just one at a time. If we could just deal with this first of all.
I assume, Mr Mayor, that my point of order was that you were asking for questions about the report, and I just stated that of personal opinion and accusations, well, I believe are accusations were made, which I think are incorrect. And not that it's a big deal, but I just think that it's not appropriate. The council will get a chance to give his personal opinion when speaking for and against the motion, but I think everyone should have a right to ask questions first rather than throw in accusations and opinions. Thank you.
Right, so just to clear this up, look, if you can draw me to a point of order, that's fine. I've got nothing to uphold, but will point out, we've heard what you've said, Councillor. Was it another question, Councillor Moriarty, or is there...
Yeah, it was, Chair.
Or was there an accusation?
No, there was no accusation. I was just, in my opinion, making an observation which would appear to be a logical conclusion to draw from the evidence, but I'm quite happy to withdraw that if Councillor Chalk would like. That I said, what did I say? I can't even remember now, but anyway, that given that there's been cost layouts for a number of projects, that would indicate a systemic failure. That's my opinion, and I'll stand by that comment. My third question is to the CEO, do you believe that you are capable of overseeing and implementing the recommendations of the report, given that it would seem that the project was not monitored as per your comments in the 2025-6 budget, that it would be monitored to ensure they're delivered on budget and on time. And yeah, so sorry, do you believe you're capable of overseeing and implementing these recommendations to ensure that the remainder of the project and future projects in the Scenic Rim are completed on time and on budget? Thank you.
Yes, I do believe I'm capable.
No further questions?
I can ask a question.
Councillor Chalk.
Mr CEO, we've got a large capital works program. How many projects came in under budget?
Through Ms. Mayor, I haven't got that information.
But there was projects that came in under budget, I guess my point. And also, out of the probably 20 or 30 projects we did, the rest come in relatively on budget.
I can only go back and look at the englobo that comes through with everything in the monthly financial reports. Now, unfortunately, and it's pointed out within the document, we don't have that clear linkage between Tech 1 and the Capital Works program. So there's a lag that occurs between the two. Is that fair to say, Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, we are working on fixing that progress. There has been a historical timing difference, but what we're trying to do is change the processes now so that the timing of reports is coordinated and there won't be an opportunity for inconsistencies to arise with the reports coming from the same source at the same time. That makes sense.
Sorry, if I may add to that. It is also difficult over the last 12 to 18 months to forecast a lot of the funding that's required, given the shifts in the marketplace for basic materials that are required for projects as well.
Any further questions? Councillor Sanders?
I just wanted to talk on the process of this report, if I may. If you could allow me the moment to speak.
In favour or against the motion? I just want to keep it in
favour, if that's okay.
Just bear with me. I just want to get it in sequence. If there's no further questions, Councillor Cryer.
Thank you, Chair. I note that the report came out under the budgeted amount of $50,000 to be, I think it was around $35,000. I just wanted to ask through the Chair to the officer, did they consider it to be good value for money given that the CEO has said there's some good learnings from it?
I'll take that to start with. Mayor, I wasn't involved in that process of selection that was done by my colleague and the audit chair. I think the report has identified significant improvements around the specific application of project management to projects within council. That was the intent. It has highlighted a range of opportunities for improvement, and the practical nature and way the root causes and the actions identified to be undertaken to correct those that have flowed through the report are meaningful, practical and achievable in the timelines that have been allocated. So from that perspective, the report's provided the clarity and the roadmap for the work that needs to be done. And I suppose the value for money in coming in under budget is really about the report delivered outcomes that it was asked to deliver. The fact that it's delivered those at a lower cost than what was budgeted is probably something that we'll just take on as a note. That makes sense.
Could I call upon to assist answering Councillor Crier's question, because there was conversation about the value for doing that report, and if I could call upon our internal auditor to address that, who was there during that period, and the comments that he made may reiterate in terms of the value of that report, that there would have always been a cost to council, but the fact that the resources weren't able to match the detail and the value that has gone into this report.
So I also wasn't involved directly in the procurement process to this, so I'm not familiar with the breakdown of costs that was proposed. But certainly, as Councillor Crier has pointed out, we have been able to work through this process in a lower amount than was originally estimated, based on my understanding of market rates for a similar piece of work. The consultants were also able to work through this in a relatively efficient time period, working in parallel across the tasks that they wanted to work through. Compared to other outsourced internal audit activities or other review activities, this was a larger piece than some of the planned internal audits, but it is certainly comparable, and taking the CEO's comments about these recommendations are valuable, then I do believe that council's achieved value for money from what we've done here. And if I had done it internally, there would have been not exactly the same cost, but a somewhat similar cost, because I would be inherently slightly less efficient than having the team of experts come to work on this than I could do myself.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sanders, I'm going to come to you as soon as possible. I just need to ask if there's anyone wishing to talk against the motion. Questions or talking against the motion?
I'll talk against the motion, but I'm happy for others to go.
No, we'll just keep it in sequence. Councillor Moriarty, please.
Thank you, Chair. My concerns with the motion are that council received the finalised Agile Project Management final independent report. I'm a little bit concerned. Well, I understand this project report, audit report, may be finalised, but I'm a little bit concerned that the project itself is far from finalised and still under construction, and we may not be completely out of the woods as yet with regards to it being completed and on the amended budget or the amended timeline. It would seem to be an ongoing challenging issue. So I just want to make my concerns known. I'm also concerned about this motion because we're just noting the management responses to the report recommendations as included in attachment 1, but there's no action to come out of this that's delineated in the motion. I mean, to just say that we've received the final report, we've noted the management actions, but what next? So to me, there needs to be an action taken, or there needs to be something. Initially, I would like to add to the motion that council receive at least a monthly update on the Gallery Walk project, indicating both progress and financial updates in a timely way, and also if it can be that we get a report back on to the implementation of the report recommendations and the management responses. So it would be, I think we need to know, council need to know that this recommendations have actually been actioned and are actually being implemented, and it's not something that's just going to sit on a shelf and gather dust after this motion. So I don't know. I'm open to input as to how we can include that into the motion, but I would just like to include that into the motion before it's approved.
Are you flagging an amendment to the motion? Would you be open to that, Councillor Hay and Councillor Sanders?
Yes, Chair.
Do you want to try and frame something now, Councillor Moriarty?
Sure.
I did get some of it, Councillor.
Oh, well done.
I missed a little bit, sorry.
Well, I think the key issues we received an at least monthly update on the project indicating progress and financial, timely progress and financial updates.
Can we make it a... Sorry?
Through Mr Mayor, these can be incorporated into the monthly financial reports. The issue that we need to put up is sometimes not many things change within that 30-day period or the month period going through. But happy to put them up there as an outline. I believe they only mobilised last week or the week before.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I can't specifically talk about the project, but we have committed to monthly updates on the project itself. The Audit and Risk Committee, in the minutes that Council just passed, have called for regular updates at each meeting of the Audit and Risk Committee of the performance against the implementation of these recommendations. So they will occur each time the Audit Committee meets. The success or otherwise of these recommendations will be tabled for audit and subject to critique and questioning at that point in time. So there is a mechanism to review that piece of work, so the report won't sit on the shelf because it's got an active mechanism to make sure that it's reported back. The project in the previous resolution of council asked for monthly reporting to come back. I note the Director of Infrastructure has done that on occasion, but I can't recall the last time that occurred. We're able to provide that as part of the monthly reporting processes through the Capital Works report, calling out its performance specifically, if that's what council is seeking.
Can I just clarify again, Mr Mayor, something? So this is coming back to the Audit and Risk Committee every month. Do we still want to do an update to the councillors every month, knowing that sometimes there's very little to provide updates on?
The way I've summarised it, Councillor Sanders, or for the room, is that in our current reporting mechanisms, it should already be covered, whatever they may be, whether it be monthly reporting. And if you're happy with that, Councillor Moriarty, what is critical is to review and there may have been something I missed from the CEO, is that Appendix J, which is the management actions in response to the report, that we have progressive updates, that we see the plan, we've got the actions, that we see the plan and implementation that is followed through, and that it is being embedded in every project where applicable.
Also, can we take the words "at least" out of there? Unnecessary. Council receive at least. Yeah. Unnecessary. Yeah. Receive a monthly. update. I didn't even, I would have put a full stop after project, but,
Also indicating timely progress and financial updates, that's assuming that that's actually going to happen.
Just take timing out of in front of progress.
Can I ask a question in this amendment? Could it just not be added on to, at the end of the first part to this report, and receive progress reports from the independent audit report? Yeah, and also acknowledge those
What it
instead
needs
of.
to be it needs to be referring to the management action plan. So that's not being referred to in there, and the implementation of the actions being reported back to council.
of the 13 items on the management action plan, which are being implemented as we speak. Okay. I'm not allowed to talk, am I? No. Can you take out the words "at least," please? Is that possible? I think.
In the first line, just receive a monthly report, so just take at least out.
Must be updated.
You can take the timely way out after updates, because if we're receiving it monthly, that will be in a timely way. And a report to be received on the implementation of the
Management action
management
plan.
action plans in Appendix J of the report,
Okay.
as outlined in Appendix J of the report.
Are you still not also indicating progress? Is your, I mean, it may or may not be progressed.
You happy with that? Just to,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's fine. Thank you. I just think
Councillor,
the motion's a bit wishy-washy.
are you proposing that as a
In addition to the original
number
motion.
2 to the,
Yeah, number 2, please.
so Councillor Hay
Councillor Hay,
moved the original motion?
and Councillor Sanders. Councillor Sanders.
I'm just waiting. So just for clarity, we are getting updates in the audit and risk, and the audit and risk also provides all their reports up to the ordinary meetings. I'm just wondering if we're just doubling up and saying words for the sake of saying words, that's all. It's fine, leave it, let's go. Yep.
It's happening anyway.
Thank you.
Can I comment on that, please, Chair?
Councillor Hay.
The Audit and Risk Committee only meets quarterly. So by the time they've met and agreed on accepting or otherwise of a report, we've skipped 3 months. So I think this reflects that the need to have a report back monthly rather than quarterly.
Thank you, councillor. So you're happy to adopt the amended motion?
Okay. So the new motion is, just give me a moment.
Certainly.
You've done that before, Sharon?
Many times.
Thank you. Councillor Sanders, you wish to
I do, Mr.
talk
Mayor.
to the motion?
Thank you. Thank you for the time. I appreciate it. I just wanted to mention that council has a responsibility to ensure that significant project cost increases are properly examined, transparently reported and appropriately managed. Accountability is important, but accountability must be based on evidence. So this gives us data on what we can do to improve. The information available indicates the Gallery Walk Stage 1 cost escalation was progressive rather than the result of a single decision or event. The initial budget appears to have been underestimated, while significant increases in civil work packages, weather, resource continuity constraints and changes in the delivery model created additional cost exposure to the project as the project progressed. Importantly, visibility of the full extent of the financial risk appears to have been limited until later in the project's cycle. The CEO became aware of the emerging extent of the overrun only days before us as councillors found out. So, I don't want to believe that the CEO failed in his responsibilities. He does lead the organisation, but council officers operate within established project procurement, reporting and governance systems. If these systems did not provide the timely visibility of escalating costs, that is a matter for council and for us to examine objectively rather than simply attributing any responsibility to one individual. So we should support our professional officers, we should seek accountability, we should look for improvements all the time, and we should be learning from this project, strengthening our governance and ensuring that this type of thing doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor, no further questions.
No questions.
Thank you. Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a question for Councillor Sanders. In last week's Vote of the Times, you made a fairly glowing recommendation of the CEO's performance, which I suspect potentially was in breach of certain code of conduct and other matters, but we'll leave that discussion for another day. But my question is, given the information provided in the audit report under discussion, do you stand by the comments you made in the Beaudesert Times, and if so, on what basis?
That wasn't the cost where, sorry, was that? Sorry, beg your pardon. I don't think I've ever talked about the CEO other than to mention that he was honest and reliable and providing stability at council. Where did you say sorry, what was the rest of the question, please?
The question is, I'm asking if you, I can read the comments to you if you'd like me to. Would you like me to read the whole commentary? Sure. Councillor Sanders says there has been some commentary recently about Council CEO David Keenan. Councillors are undertaking a performance review of the CEO, and while the contents of that discussions are confidential, I want to add my opinion. From my perspective, the CEO has shown himself to be honest, genuine, ethical, professional, hardworking, knowledgeable and diligent. He encourages and supports the council staff, has built an exceptional team during a period of turmoil and massive cost increases. David Keenan is universally liked by staff and members of and the majority of councillors. He's lots of experience and has built a great network in relationships with executives, politicians, government ministers and business people. This type of experience is hard to find and keep. Personally, I have found the CEO always ready to help and support me in my role as councillor, and I hope he may be able to stay on and continue to provide clear direction until the next council election in March 2028. And since joining Scenic Regional Council, David Keenan has worked to encourage a positive working environment, enabling staff to best support the community. The CEO has performed to a very satisfactory level. So my question was, given the information in the audit report today, do you stand by the comments you made in the Beaudesert Times, and if so, on what basis?
Yes.
No further comment?
Look, I do probably like that I didn't talk about anything that was involved in the performance review. So I don't believe, I actually rang the OIA before I made any comments, because I know that you've got to be very, very careful in what you say. I guess I did see where you stated that the question needs to be asked of all councillors on behalf of the ratepayers of the region. Is this acceptable and why not? And what are you going to do about it? I would suggest any councillor who thinks that this is acceptable is probably in the wrong job. So I suppose I did read one of the articles where it's sort of suggesting that councillors, by doing the right thing, suddenly in the wrong job. So, maybe I wanted to make a comment in a different light. So I don't think there's anything the OIA needs to worry about with themselves. Of course, you're absolutely welcome to throw that in. I'm sure they've got a lot to do.
Thank you for that reply, and I'll just note that I think the comments that were made in the letters at times were probably a little bit over the top, and might indicate a little bit of lack of objectivity on the performance, but I'll leave it at that.
If we can, any questions, if we can draw them back, we need to, and I don't mind what analogy or where you're taking the conversation, as long as they're drawn back to the motion. I assume this is about performance and taking responsibility of performance, which ultimately the councillors, the elected constituency, elected by the constituency, are ultimately responsible for performance of this council. Are there any further questions?
Yes.
Councillor Cryer.
Yes, I actually would like to say I do mind where the conversation went, and I'd like to know why we are asking questions about the CEO's performance in this discussion, which is supposed to be about receiving the finalised Agile project management.
Guess who's biased?
Report. And that, noting that management responses, I don't think it has any relevance, and I don't think it should have been brought up.
It should have been. Well, it is, as I said, ultimate performance of this council is our responsibility. And I take that fully on board as the leader of this council and leader of this region, and the actions that we take in dealing with the performance and improving that performance going forward. It was one of the key reasons why I elected to initiate and put that resolution before council to initiate this independent report that's been now fully made available to the public for review. Are there any further questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Chalk?
Are you voting me to speak, or?
You're wishing to talk to the motion? Sorry, I meant to say Councillor McInnes. Sorry, Councillor McInnes.
Yeah. No, I'm right now.
Thank you. Councillor Hay, would you like to now sum up?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd just like to add a final comment that I found this to be a very comprehensive report that was compiled, and whilst it did come at a cost, I think this was the investigation we did need to have, given I'm quite happy to take responsibility for the performance of council, but only as far as I am aware that there are issues. And in relation to the Gallery Walk car park, as was pointed out, we were not made aware until quite late in the procedures that there were issues with the delivery and the budget. As I said, it was the investigation we needed to have. It added to the transparency of what happened with the Gallery Walk project. It identified root cause analysis, and it contained many valuable recommendations from which we can learn and also apply to other projects going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I put it to the members. Those in favour? Councillor McInnes?
In favour.
Thank you. Motion carried unanimously. Move to item 11.14 and now call upon Councillor Chalk.
So I'll introduce report 11.14, which is the unaudited monthly financial report for July 2026. I'll take the report as read and just move the following motion that council receive the unaudited monthly financial report for July 2026.
Thank you. Seconded to the motion. Councillor Sanders, Councillor Chalk.
Nothing much to add unless the director would like to summarise it for us.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, apologies for the lateness, councillors, of this report. I will continue to say our focus has been on the delivery of the annual financial statements, and they were delivered to audit just last week, which impacted our ability to look at the current year reporting. I do also want to acknowledge that the reporting as it sits at the moment is still subject to some accrual transactions that need to be done in terms of the accruing expenditure for the 26-27 financial year, where our practices have been really focused on doing this on an annual basis into the annual financial statements. It does skew somewhat the position that's presented here for July. That's in part due to systems, but it's also in part due to some practices that we can improve as an organisation. The outcome for that, in reality, is it probably understates some of the expenditure, particularly in the materials and services for the organisation. And note 5, which is on page 13 of the late agenda and page 8 of the report, it tends to detail our materials and services spend for the month or the period to date. What I would point out is that that year-to-date column there shows about shows $2.5 million out of almost $49 million there. There are expenses that have been understated, and the little footnotes 2, 3 and 4 underneath really attempt to explain that in terms of the impact of the operating budget. So items 2, 3 and 4 in round numbers amount to about $1.5 million worth of accounts that weren't paid until August, but they were effectively for works that were done and undertaken in July. So that 1.5 on top of the 2.5, $4 million over $48 million is a much closer proportion to where the operating expenses should sit. I did want to point out as well that the capital information that's provided again is also somewhat skewed by those accrual transactions, because if you looked at the year-to-date actual of 928,000 and you said the budget's 94 million, you'd probably be expecting to see a lot more than $1 million spent in the first month. Again, that relates to the timing of payments and contracts, predominantly associated with the significant works around disaster recovery funded works, and those accruals we have followed through with infrastructure services, and we will fix those so that the August accounts are a stronger representation of what our expenses to date are. But given the resources we have, the focus on the annual financial statements does tend to mean when we're doing the reports for July, there's often not enough time to do all the transaction assessment that we need to do. In terms of what do the reports really present, so it's still early in the financial year. The statement of comprehensive income, which is page 9 of the late agenda, page 4 of the report, demonstrates the operating revenue that the rates have been run and struck for the 26-27 year. So in round numbers, if you were looking at the rates and charges line, you'd see a $44 million actual against an $88 million budget. So essentially half the levy is in there. Again, given the earliness of the financial year and the expenditure are not up to date, it demonstrates a significant surplus position, and that will wear down over time, and again represents a bit of an impact of that accrual work that needs to be done more consistently through the organisation. Capital revenue has been received, and council would have had an awareness, particularly that there were prepayments made in the 25-26 year into operating grants, and that has somewhat skewed the end of year position, but that will be reported back through the annual financial statements, who, if they pass audit this month, will hopefully be available for presentation to council next month, but they are within subject to audit at this point in time. In relation to probably a non-financial table or information there, we are at a point in time now in the sale of land for rate arrears process where we're looking at what a potential auction date may look like. Of the properties that we've started with, there are 3 properties that are potentially available for sale. We haven't set an auction date on the basis that we're hoping for those properties all to be settled in time. And so it is a work in progress. 2 of those 3 are actively, in a management plan, if I call it that, for those debts to be repaid, and we'll continue to work to try and not go to auction for those properties, which, as I've explained to council, again is our line of last resort in terms of recovery of unpaid rates. Otherwise, I take the financial report as presented and happy to take any other questions, but I thought it was important to explain what might consider to be anomalies on the face of those accounts.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor McInnes?
No, thank you.
Right, thanks. No, a good explanation by the director.
Thank you. Councillor Chalk?
No, nothing to add.
Thank you. I'll put it to the members then. Those in favour? Councillor McInnes? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Could I please call a motion to go into confidential?
You deal with conflicts.
We will, as stated at the beginning of the meeting, I have a conflict of interest in item 12.2 and will be at that time leaving the meeting, and we'll hand over the chair to Councillor Moriarty.
I also have a conflict of interest in item 12.2 and I will be leaving the meeting.
Thank you. If I could call upon Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I move that in accordance with Council's standing orders for council meetings policy and the provisions of section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council close the meeting to public to discuss confidential items as follows. 12.1, land acquisition for capital works project, Fursdale Scrub, close section 245J3H, and 12.2, late item request for legal assistance, closed S254JI, as discussions will be held, sorry. 3I, sorry, as discussion will be held about the proposed acquisition of land and request for legal assistance.
Thank you. Could I have a seconder to the motion? Councillor Hay. Those in favour?
In favour.
Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. And we will look to return back into open on the half hour.
That's in about 12 minutes.
If I to the next one on the hour then.
On the hour.
Thank you.
Is it time to have a bit of
No, actually, Tom, the only reason you should be there
Thank you and welcome back. If I could have a motion from the floor to bring us back into open. Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I move the motion the council resume for the proposal of resolutions.
Thank you. A seconder to the motion. Councillor Sanders. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor. Now move to item 12.1 and call upon Councillor Cryer.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce item 12.1, land acquisition for Capital Works Project, Verisdale Scrub, close section 254J3H. I take the report as read and I would like to move to the motion that 1, Council note the content of this report, which identifies the need to acquire land for road purposes over part of the properties identified in this report, which will facilitate the upgrade of Freeman Bridge, Verisdale Scrub. 2, council officers in liaison with Logan City Council officers negotiate with the owners of the properties as identified within this report to acquire the parts of the properties by agreement, and if negotiations are successful, enter into a contract of purchase on terms satisfactory to the Chief Executive Officer. 3, if the acquisition of property by agreement is unsuccessful, that Council delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer in accordance with Section 2571 of the Local Government Act 2009 to exercise its power to compulsory acquire the subject land by issuing a notice of intention to resume under Section 7 of the Acquisition of Land 1967. 4, it is noted by Council that relevant authorised officers will undertake activities under the Acquisition of Land Act 1967, including hearing objections under Section 8, and if no objections to the notice of intention to resume are received, to decide whether to make an application to the Minister to take the property under Section 9 of the Acquisition of Land Act 1967. 5, if there is an objection to the notice of intention to resume, the report on the objections will be presented to Council for it to make a decision about whether the notice of intention to resume should be amended, or whether Council should discontinue the resumption or make application to the Minister to take the property under Section 9 of the Acquisition Land Act 1967. And 6, all reasonable costs of survey, valuation fees, legal costs, registration, stamp duty and all other fees associated with the acquisition of the properties as identified in this report be at Council's expense. I so move.
Thank you, Councillor. Could I have a seconder to the motion? Councillor Moriarty. Thank you. Councillor Cryer.
No, I don't need to speak further to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. No one wanting to speak against the motion. I put it to the members. Those in favour? Councillor.
in favour.
Thank you, Councillor. Motion carried unanimously. I now move to item 12.2, and I will withdraw from the meeting given my conflict of interest that I raised earlier, and introduce Councillor Moriarty to the chair. Thank you.
And just to confirm, I'm leaving the meeting due to a conflict of interest and I won't take any further part.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce item 12.2, laytime request for legal assistance, close section 254J3I. I'll present the motion as it stands. That is in accordance with Council's legal assistance policy and guideline. Council resolved to grant legal assistance to the applicant councillor to a maximum value of $15,000, subject to the completion of the application for legal assistance form. Can I have a second to the motion, please? Second, Councillor Cryer. Anyone wanting to speak against the motion? Anyone wanting to speak for the motion? That being the case, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor McInnes?
In favour.
Any against? The motion is carried. I'll now call Mayor Sharp back in to close the meeting.
Thank you, councillor. Right. Thank you for that. With the last item now resolved, that brings the meeting to a close and officially close the meeting at 2:06 p.m. Thank you.